Yeah, I mean, I've been opening up the streams with it, so and it's gonna be used in the game, so maybe a little bit biased. But yeah. Anyways, hey, how's it going? Let's set this up. I'll be honest, I have not worked on the game a little bit since the last stream ended. I mainly just relaxed yesterday and talked a lot about Resident Evil and Silent Hill. I got too distracted by the announcement, like by talk about stuff. So yeah. But hey, the PlayStation 5 reveal is in less than 2 days from now. Precisely speaking, it will happen within the next 45 hours. And I'm looking forward to that, obviously. Oh, I had a headache yesterday, and I had a stomach ache, and I just wasn't really feeling that good. So I thought I'll just take today to relax, and so I did. I feel better today, though. I'm a little bit tired, but whatever. It's not a big deal. Yay. So, we're going to be continuing today. Now, let me set... I think it's a good idea to set some daily goals. So, we're going to switch this to day 6 goals. And let's see. Mostly today, we're going to be working on rooms for the game, which also means we'll be spriting. It'll be pretty similar to the last stream, but obviously different rooms. We do have the map open here. In fact, where'd my mouse go? There's my mouse. Okay. I dread the day I break a bone. I've actually, throughout my life, never broken a bone. I've been injured in other ways, but never to the point of broken A bones. Now, I think there's 2 reasons for that. The first one is I have a naturally good reaction time. When I fall, my body automatically does the right things to land in the best way I can. And, if something's thrown at me, or if I drop something, around 75% of the time I'll catch it, which is actually pretty helpful. But, yeah. There was one time, probably the worst injury I ever sustained, and the only time I ever blacked out in my life, I was somewhere in middle school. I don't remember what year. This was not the middle school park. I was out with my family, and we were with some friends. They weren't they were my friends, and I liked them, but they were the children of parents' friends. So my mom's friends, and my mom had friends, and her friends had children, and so we hang out sometimes because our mothers like to be together. That sort of friendship thing. And this was back in middle school fun. And there was this one park in this really complex type of... It's hard to explain. It was a seesaw, but it was designed artistically, so it had all of these artistic metal pole things in the centerpiece of it. I don't really know why. Anyways, I stupidly was just playing around the seesaw, walking back and forth, so, to make it go back and forth. But one of the kids decided it'd be funny to jump on the other side of the seesaw when I was on it, and what that did is that propelled me forward into the metal poles, and my memory of the scene is very interesting, because it's the only time I ever blacked out in my life. I went headfirst into the metal poles, and I remember on the way down, I hit my head on multiple metal poles, and I remember partway through it, I stopped feeling anything, and then I blacked out before I hit the ground. I assumed I hit the ground, probably on my head because I was going head first, but I don't remember it. And I wake up sometime later, and it wasn't in the hospital thing. I must have not been blacked out for that long, but I was for a bit. And yeah. And surprisingly, that did not damage me as much as I thought it might. One thing which I've learned, I think part of the reason I haven't broken any bones with some certain events is I really, really have a weakness for dairy. A lot of people, I actually eat pretty healthily. I eat a lot of vegetarian options. I don't eat that many sweets. I don't drink soda. I don't drink alcohol. I don't have energy drinks. I mainly just drink water. But I have one food weakness, and it's the food weakness that affects me the most. Now, I think this is partly why I haven't really broken any bones. It's helped me. But also, it's not helped me in other ways. I've got a baby face thing going on. But I have a weak spot for dairy. I love dairy too much. I love cheese, and ice cream, and other stuff with the dairies in it, yogurt. And overall, it's not the worst thing. There's a lot of people that have, I hate to word it like this, worse eating habits than I do, but I have this bad thing where I kind of like cheese with everything. So, that's not fun. But cheese and all that does have calcium, and they say calcium helps bones, so maybe that's part of the reason why certain injuries hasn't broken any bones, because I've had too much calcium in my lifetime. I don't know. Oh, also, I don't drink soda. I love liquids. The reason I don't drink alcohol is that I'm afraid I'd like it too much. I love drinking liquids a little bit too much. But I mostly just drink water, but I really do like juice. Juice is my weakness. I've decided not to get into other things like coffee and alcohol and etc. because I don't need them. And I already drink too much water and juice sometimes as it is. So, I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of getting into worse things I could drink all the time. That's my own personal reason. But yeah. I'm not going to be like, oh, how dare you drink alcohol to other people that are in that situation or coffee or whatever. It's just personally, I don't need it. And I know, for instance, that people can become reliant on these sort of things. And I'm not going to deny this. I have kind of an addictive personality. Not as bad as some people, but I do, and I'm aware of it. So I'd rather not go down that rabbit hole. I think it's good to be honest with yourself, and I don't need it. I'm happy where I'm at. I just think it'd make my life worse, so I'm okay without it. Yeah. Anyways. So, last time we sprited the bathroom, the front hall, and the hallway. Now, there's a few rooms I still need to figure out what they are, and a few rooms we can't tackle yet. I think this room or this room will end up being the laundry room. Can you guys even see my mouse? Well, this room or this room will end up being the laundry room, but we don't have the pieces we need for the laundry room quite yet. We do have bedroom stuff, though I need to move some of the bed stuff from other sheets into this, so I have that. I guess... Well, actually, I might need some different angles of some of the beds. There's probably a bed I have somewhere, which I have from multiple different angles. And the thing is, it can't be like a top-down bed. It has to be a bed from a side. I'll have to think about that, though I could probably cheat and just make the foot of the bed, which would be pretty easy. Sorry, I'm just thinking about things. Okay. Do you think I could cheat a bedroom and not have a bed? Or actually, what a deviously clever idea, Ryan. I just had a good idea of how to make the bed. In fact, that would be the best option. Yes. So my idea is that instead of making the bed a 2D sprite, I should make the bed a table, but make it a white cloth-looking table, and then just put the headrest of the bed and the pillows on it as 2D sprites. And that should work nicely. That's unfortunate. I will probably not deal with having a broken bone someday because I do not know what it's like. I imagine it's probably incredibly painful. Let's see. The closet is there. The bedrooms are here. Part of me wants to make an attempt to make the main player's room, but I think we also need a few more sprites for it. The main player's room is the room the game will be starting off in, so... I've stubbed my toe, but the stubbing my toe has never, fractured it or broken it, to my knowledge. My toes seem fine, though, so I imagine that's not the result. It's just a temporary pain that's gone away whenever you do it. It's never fun to do, but never gotten that bad for me. Do we have enough for the living room? Okay. I'm going to make 2 objectives for today, and they may not be the best calls, but I kind of want to make them. Here is what my goals for the day are. I want to make the living room, the main character's bedroom, and I want to sprite some doors. That does mean this stream will be a lot of spriting, because we have a few things to sprite. But instead of the 3-room goal, I'm going to aim to make the living room, the bedroom, and sprite some doors in the previous locations that we already have. I'll try making the doors have a door opening animation, just a small little thing, so yeah. If we get done faster than I think we will, but I don't think we will, then we can start on the dining room, but yeah. I mean, you don't really leave the house in the game. You do see outside, but it's a deception. Oh, hey, NG, you sent something. Oh, NG. You did good. I'm not sure if NG is right here right now, but yeah. NG said some stuff. Speak of the devil when I said I needed stuff for the bedroom. Jesse sent some stuff for the bedroom. And I'm like, oh, okay. So here was NG's bedroom submissions. I think they look good. Now, questionably, I will say this. I don't know if many people keep a rack of balloons in their bedroom. But I can appreciate it. I can probably think of something weird to do with it. I might not put it in the bedroom, but I have an idea where it might work. Again, I can ultimately use pretty much anything given to me. So yeah. A lava lamp to really work would have to be animated, but it's definitely possible. I can even add a little glow to it. Am I personally going to sprite it? Probably not. It's not a bad idea. Maybe I will. Probably not, though. Get well. Makes sense. I will probably add a little bit of movement to them, because otherwise they look a little bit weird. But let's get to work then. Take this. Oh, I also will say this. Probably at the end of this stream, I'll talk about what one of my project focuses are going to be after Kokoro. So I'll talk a little bit about it right now, but I'll talk about it more thoroughly at the end of this stream, like when we're done with the living room and bedroom, which are my 2 goals for today. That and doors. But after Kokoro is done, my focus is going to shift probably to 2 primary projects. I'm probably going to focus on Blossoming Yandere and Hollow Bliss, which are 2 games that have Steam pages and I've been meaning to get to for a while. I debated for a while, and I've also fiddled around with Feast Your Eyes and some other things. I just personally think that'd be best to focus on these 2 first, and I'll talk about that more at the end. There's some interesting things I want to talk about with Hollow Bliss. Blossoming Yandere will be a 2D game. Hollow Bliss will be a 3D game in a similar style to what I'm doing now, but a different art style. I'm debating if I may stream that one after Kokoro, but I'm debating. It might not be as consistent, though. Yeah. As it goes. Anyways, I was thinking about that because I was about to pick out some songs from Hollow Bliss just to go through as we go through all this. Hollow Bliss, there you go. Audio, BGM. I'll use you for this. There we go. Move some stuff this way, and good. Alright. Now, actually, no, not right. I need to open up the sheet, right? I almost forgot what I was initially about to set out to do. Images, tile sets. I'm gonna have to eventually, that's for certain. So at the moment, there are 3 ways I can approach Yandere. A, I do some deep digging, and I figure out how to make 1.5.2 games not lag on Windows 10. That's going to take... I'm not sure how easy or hard it is because I haven't tried. I'll have to dig deep into why that is, And I also yeah, I assume it has something to do with the .x property, because obviously when you replace the .exe into the .jsw or nwx thing I use, it works fine. Welcome back, Em. However, I'm less certain if I'll be able to even find the solution. Maybe it's just something that can't be fixed, or maybe it can. Maybe there's like some launch option I can launch RPG Maker MV 5.2 with, which will make it work fine. I don't know. We'll have to find out. I'll look more into it. And if that doesn't work, then my options are either to try and upgrade the project to 6.2, which might not be the worst thing. There's some projects that 100% could not be upgraded. Maybe Blossoming Yandere could. Blossoming Yandere, technically speaking, isn't doing a whole lot under the hood, which I don't think is impossible for 6.2. But of course, I won't really know until I try. There's other projects like Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake, and as a good example of that, and Red Haze definitely, which I cannot upgrade the version without retooling huge sections of the game. But yeah. The other option is I just make the game on the other computer. The other computer is still plugged in, and at the moment I figured out ways to more easily transfer files between computers. So theoretically, I could just lock myself into my room and focus on Blossoming Yandere and my other I can't do that forever because like Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake is too ambitious in scope and size of a project. It's probably still going to take months to finish, even if I focused entirely on it and worked on it every day and didn't focus on anything else and I didn't take breaks and worked at least 5 hours a day on it, it'd probably be done in like a month or two, probably closer to 2 months. But because I'm also doing other things and I don't have that hyper focus attention, it's going to take probably a few months, and I'm not sure if I want to do the process for a few months, if that makes sense. Blossoming Yandere, though, honestly, motivation is the main struggle of Blossoming Yandere. If I absolutely forced myself to work on it and was able to overcome my creatives block, which sometimes forcing yourself to work on something is not the solution to get past creatives or writer's block sometimes, but anyways, then theoretically it'd be done in like a couple weeks. So yeah, it's just a thought. But first, I'll just see if I can find a solution. I haven't actually taken the time to do a deep dive technical search to see if there's a solution for it. If there is, then fantastic. But I'm also prepared for the possibility there might not be a solution. So, yeah. Anyways, don't spam too much there, Nifty. The things I need to do. I need to launch up A3 because I'm going to cheat again. Cheat by making a bed, I should clarify. And I need to move the bedroom stuff into B. I also want to use the balloons, but I want to animate them a little bit. So, yeah. Show grid. Show grid. I mean, theoretically... oh, no. I guess I could just do that for the bed. Hopefully no one will notice. I'll probably do it a little bit differently. Just a little... unless... I've got a really stupid idea. Oh well, we'll get to the bed later. I'll just keep this open for when we eventually get to it. So bedroom stuff first. A few of these, well, thankfully since they're pretty pixely style, it'll be pretty easy to like... Not your internet. It wasn't even really my internet. It just OBS. Sometimes it does that. It was probably YouTube's digestion server, which had a hiccup for a second. That sometimes happens. Tell me when you guys can see and hear. The problem with streaming is for lag, figuring out our stream lag, there is 3 primary issues that can be the heart of it. The first thing is the streamer's internet working okay? The second thing is the person who's watching's internet working okay? And the third issue is the hosting server this is being streamed to's internet doing okay? I can tell with how it disconnected because I've done this for long enough that this was definitely just a quick stream hiccup, as in like it was the digest servers issue. But hey, the fun of that though. Let's take the used up tissues. You made them a good size, by the way, NG. They looked bigger on the other thing, which I have selected. I don't know. I guess it is. Oh, yeah, it's zoomed into 400. So, yeah, the scope is actually probably pretty great. Teddy bear. Teddy. Put the teddy bear there. He's Teddy friend, ready to have adventures, Teddy friend. Depends on the specs of your computers and a lot of things going on there. There's some complications with it. Also, you can change your format. Some games work better with you capturing the window as opposed to the game feed, while some prefer the game feed. Oh yeah, you know, I hadn't actually physically noticed, but the bear does have an uwu face going on, which is appropriate. Teddy bear, moving it along now. Teddy bear. Okay. So that in this row is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess I'll put the bookshelf next. Alright. Apparently I have a slight stuffy nose problem. Not a really big one today. That's okay. Flower vase. Put the flower vase over here. Ignore the fact I selected part of someone else. The world will never know. You guys may know, but the world will not. And then dying flower, I'll put the music on. Let's see. That's good to see, Lay. And you can still improve your setup slowly over time. There's small ways to do it. It's going to be interesting to see how the internet evolves within the next 10 years. I feel like it's going to have some huge changes, both good and bad. I know it's a random thing to comment on. I was just sort of thinking about the discussion topic. Alright, put that there. Alright, then the little book. Alright, balloons, I have an idea for you. Okay, so the balloons... Alright, I have an idea then, this will work. 144 by 384. Then transparent pixels. View and show here. Quickly export this as balloons and put that into the right folder. I've done this so much, it's actually put that as a recently saved thing. That's interesting. Characters, yeah. Select that. With the 400 angle. And there's balloons. 3 by 3. Followed by another 3 by 3. I guess I'll mainly use the skew tool because I think if I overdo this, it'll become a little bit too much. Sometimes there's better tools than this for the job, but I think I just want this to subtly move. It's not like it's in the wind or something. So a little bit of the shear tool. Sheer tool for the fun of it. Three fun there. Oh, I will ask if I need to, but you actually don't need to worry. I think all these are more than a little bit usable. I'm adding a little bit of subtle movement to these, which honestly is something which I can do on my own. It'd just be faster if I do it. It's really just a simple edit, so they're balloons. They don't need, and they're also balloons in a motionless place. They don't need that much movement. You did a good job there, NG. You can take it easy. Alright, put it there. I'm going to do one small thing on my own side. The balloons all turn this way here. Okay. Do it slightly above there due to how that... There we go. This should look good in motion, I believe. Let's export that there. Balloons. I guess I'll also do the horror balloons while I'm here. I won't really need them for a while, but it'll be just easier to do them now. Okay. 96. Alright, 48, then 96. And now to make some similar small changes to them. Da, 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 da. 3 pixels, then up there. And it's spring. Part of the reason I want to do Hollow Bliss, sorry, I'm thinking of Hollow Bliss right now, apparently. Part of the reason I want to do is I just have this feeling that it'd be a good idea to do that before I do Complete Isolation, which is one of my longest standing projects. I think I should practice with an episodic game that's a little bit smaller scale and a little bit less ambitious before I do something like Complete Isolation. For those who have no idea what Complete Isolation is and they have no idea what I'm talking, I just pulled that the wrong way. But yeah. No, it's going to be in the system I'm kind of using right now. I decided that I like the aesthetic better, and some things about the controls and how I want it to be will be different. You'll get a better idea of it probably in no time. I've worked a little bit on it, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Should I show the concept art? I should. You've probably seen this before. I've shown it on stream before, but I'll pull it up again. Give me a second. The screen's gonna go black because I'm pulling something out. I just realized I need to ask Rinks for another link to that thing. Maybe I don't have it on hand? But maybe I do. Or I should probably just ask Rinks for another link to that. Okay. Except that maybe I put it in here? I don't think I did, but I'll check. I don't have it on hand. I'll show it another time. I'll remember to have to ask Rinks to link to that later. I don't know enough about tablets to be able to give any tablet advice here, so I can't really comment or add much to it. I don't know why I like this song so much. Alright, let's see. I will say this project is a good distraction to get my mind of not focusing on like, I can't wait till 2 days from now. I'm really excited for the PS5 reveal. It's not even that I'm excited about the PS5. I hate to say this. I'm a PC primary gamer. I'll get PS5, especially if for Silent Hill fun. But it's not the PS5 I'm excited for. It's a few of the games that are going to be there. Or may not be there. Sorry for everyone that's like super diehard loves PlayStation. It's not like I dislike PlayStation. It's just I personally am a PC player through and through. Okay, there we go. 2 forms of balloons set up. I mean, can I say something about... Okay, you're going to make me talk about my projects. Complete Isolation. If you wanted to get me distracted, talk to me about it. It's my longest lasting game idea. I want it to be one of my greatest early games. And I've had the idea for such a long time that my idea of Complete Isolation is so complete that I have like every detail. It's one of the few games I have like a whole map of it in my head and I know exactly what to do. And for a long time I didn't have all the technical know-how how to do it, but now I know how to do it. So I'm just want to get to a point where I could work on. Technically, if I wanted to, I could start work on it. But the problem is, I need to get myself into a good financial standing. There's some other games I want to get out there first. Complete Isolation is going to take months of work, probably a little bit over a year. It is an episodic structure. I'm gonna give a heads up right here. I love the episodic structure. I always have. One of my first game ideas I want to do was an episodic type game. I'm a big fan of a lot of not like, how do I word this? When people think of episodic games, they think of like the Telltale games, Life is Strange, etc. And I understand why that's the first thing that pops up in most people's head, and that's what popularized the idea. But horror games were actually experimenting with the episodic structure before that wave of games hit. Some of the earlier examples of it include, obviously, there's Alone in the Dark Inferno. There's Alan Wake, the original, which had the episode structure despite the fact it wasn't an episodic release. There's Deadly Premonition, which kind of works by a chapter episode format. And there's the Resident Evil Revelations series, which experimented with it a bit later. Revelations 2 was an interesting experiment in that sort of front. More recently, there's been, I guess, Siren Blood Curse is actually... that said, I think I should do a smaller scale episodic game before it, and I think Hollow Bliss might be a good fit for it. Originally, the Hollow Bliss idea was not to make the game episodic, but I have an idea for it which I am very excited for, and I think will end up making a better game in the process. So yeah. Complete Isolation, though. Okay. What? This enthusiasm and passion for the idea. Most of the time, I just show my babies. Late, have you seen my babies? Have you seen my children? They're my longest lasting characters. I have a lot of attachment to them. They haven't been in anything yet, but they've been in my head for years. For those who don't know, Complete Isolation was a game idea that started forming in my head based off of a dream I had in 2011. I held an Indiegogo campaign for in 2013, which helped fund the ability for me to make music in my games. And yeah, we are back. Yes, were we offline? No, 100% not. I hope to realize it a lot better. Found Target 11.x has a little bit of mismanagement on my part, and I'll be completely open and honest about that. Despite the fact, it's also because I'm trying to get some other responsibilities. Before I do anything with this, I want to get some of my responsibilities off the to-do list. Found Target 11.x, I'm going to be honest with you, a big part of the inspiration was, you know, Ryan, you have a lot of unfinished, partially complete projects that you don't know what to do with. Let's do something with them. Some of them are really old, too. Like, the most recent episode that released, the chair... Oh, anyways, get into that. Yeah. The most recent episode was a much, much older horror game. It predates Please Love My Computer Game and some other stuff towards it. But, yeah. Anyways, Lay, you haven't answered me. Have you seen my babies? I want to say, like, creepily. Yeah, Ominous Whisper. The reason why I got it and Cherish confused for a second is they both stemmed from a very similar place in 2016. So yeah. I'm gonna show you my children. Give me a second. Now I have to go and fetch them again. My babies. My beloved children. I'm showing my children. Nepti. You probably have seen them. And then you'll be like, oh yeah, I recognize them. I show them off any chance I get. To roll with and go with. Oh yeah, they come from a similar place. They're like through a similar thread. There's projects that sometimes are on I call them threads. Where they're like from a similar place. And they some evolve, some change, some stay the same. But Cherished and Ominous Whisper came from a similar thread around the same time. So, yeah. You can sit here and enjoy life. Do whatever you want, really. Okay, I've got my babies ready. My beloved children. What I'm really surprised is that the person that made, for years ago, the Plague Doctor design for me is still present in these streams, and they are helping with this project. Even I'm like, oh, I don't know why I find that cool. They did a great job on the Plague Doctor design. I love their take on it. All right, my babies are coming. They're coming home. That's all right. I want to show the screen because I could show some of the concept art now, but I shouldn't because of this setup. Oh, no, it's a black screen right now. The thing that you're saying is purposely a black screen. If you guys are seeing a black screen, that's intentful. The black screen is intentful. I am looking... Let me explain. I'm looking at a Google Drive, which has private files of project stuff, which I can't get out to the public. But Google Drive works that it's very good at securing your files. as long as people don't have the link to like the files themselves. So the reason I can't show the screen is because the link would be right there on the screen. That would be really bad for me. That makes sense? Yeah. That's the dealio. And why I'm not sharing the screen at the moment. And I haven't set up my OBS enough to have like a wait right there screen like my old streams used to have. And I should probably update them to the ones the old ones showed, but yeah. But that's the deal. And why I should probably at some point, if I'm going to be streaming pretty regularly, make new versions of all the still images, so you're not just staring at a black screen when I'm doing stuff like this. But it doesn't usually happen when I'm like streaming games because I'm just streaming the game. But does happen with project stuff sometimes because I have to access folders and things that I don't want you guys to see yet. So yeah. Or things which I actually cannot allow you to see because it would leak stuff out, which I don't want to be leaked out there. Yep. For some reason, the second one is taking forever to download, despite the fact that the first one went really fast. Was there anything more in there than I thought there was? Like, why is this one taking so long? I'm going to cancel it, and I'm going to try again, and because maybe I messed up when I did that certain thing. Let's see. Let me download this. Chilling with my homies in the void. I mean, frankly speaking, a void, while it would probably be not fun, it'd be a lot better if you could see people. Yeah, I did just have to restart the download. That made it work almost immediately. That's fun. Alright, so here comes my children from complete isolation. Their designs were helped a lot by a lot of people over time, and some of their designs are still not finalized, but I've had them finalized in my head forever. But, okay. So, here we go. I'm going to screen share. Say hello, screen sharing future. So, I guess I'll show on me. On me. Open. Well, I guess I have to open it in GIMP. Which version? That's not the final version of IME, but there she is. I guess I should get the shot of multiple characters because I know what this one is. Here was a heights whip test. A couple of them there. Wait a second for this to load there. I think the other test might have been better. Yeah, this one would have been a better demonstration since it shows Dean, Melody, and sort of a standard figure there. Then there's this drawing, which has a few of the characters next to each other. We've got Nathan and Howard and Dean and Ami and Olivia. Is there a lag happening for you guys? For some reason, I am not getting lag reports. So, it must be YouTube is having a fun time today. I don't know. My report is literally showing that this is streaming perfectly. But there was the disconnect earlier, and I do believe that some of YouTube's servers must be a little bit on the fritz right now. Now I've got better designs of these characters. Much better. We'll show some of Dean. Be honest as hell, Lay. I want your honesty. We got a little bit of Dean. Not that Dean. Creepy creations. No, they're just people. They're my babies. There's Dean. Look at Dean. Appreciate the Dean. Dean. Dean has been my baby since 2011. Da 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 da. Set there and Jai. Appreciate the Dean. Here is Ryan. Originally, I was going to call him Ricky, which is why this file here is called Ricky. But I just thought I just need a Ryan in my games. It's not going to be based off of me before you ask. It's Ryan. I think this is the older sketch of Ryan, like the black and white. Yeah. And then we got Xavier. Xavier's pretty cool. And then also Becky. Becky's pretty cool. Then we also got Melody. Melody's pretty cool. They're all pretty cool. But is what it is. Alright. Anyways. It's part of the fun. And then in the older folder. Let's see. I don't know which ones I'm opening. Oh, yeah. We have one of the versions of Kiara, an older version of Olivia, and on me. We have Olivia and Kiara. That's closer to the final Olivia, though she changed a little bit. Her body shape was mainly changed, and a little bit about her color scheme. Alright. Then we have Peter. Say hi to Peter. Then, we have everyone's favorite friend, the Basement Monstrosity. Hello, Basement Monstrosity. And then we're good. We'll just say bye to the Hangman. Bye, Hangman. And then we're done with my babies for now. Oh, wait, I didn't show the Plague Doctor. How could I have shown all that and I did not show the Plague Doctor? That is actually preposterous. You're probably having bad internet for that. Or that or the stream stuff is acting up. Plague Doctor. I've used it on the Steam icon thing for a little bit, so you might recognize it. This is actually a drawing by Cyber, who has helped recently with some of the designs for this particular project. So, Plague Doctor. So, yeah. You recognize it. But it is from Complete Isolation. Again, this project has existed for a while. Da-da-da. Alright. Back to work with balloons. Alright, actually the balloons are done. Make sure I exported them correctly. Yes. No, the humans are babies. Don't worry, the project's morale isn't going to be humans were the monsters all along. That's not where the project's going. Alright. Stretch out my arms. Nepti, I hate to say this, Nepti. Is anyone else experiencing what Nepti keeps on talking about on the stream? Because no one else is talking about it. So I just assume that Nepti's internet must be acting up. If it is, well, I guess if... Well, others would be voicing too if it was. What, like if they couldn't hear what I was saying, right? Huh. My report is fine too. Is what it is, what it is. Alright, anyways, bedroom. I have some ideas, but I'm going to have to cheat a little bit. I have to keep all the sprite stuff open because I'm going to have to be referencing that a few times. I have been fine all the time. My personal belief is that I don't think that Nepti and all them just have bad internet. I legitimately do believe that YouTube servers might be having a little bit of a hiccup today. There was the one disconnect earlier, and if I've streamed long enough, I know that depending on your region and what digest server you're connected to, some of them might be acting up more than others. I bet if we, for whatever reason, started saying where our locations are, people in certain regions will be completely fine, and other ones will be experiencing it worse. I have just this suspecting feeling that the main primary issue is more so to do with the YouTube side than anything else's side. And unfortunately, if my suspicion is true, which I believe it is, then there's nothing we can do. Oh, oh my delay. Mm-hmm. Water is good. I guess also get this there. Hello, room. Central UB, Texas. Doing fine here. Can't tell if my stream's doing fine, though I am in Oregon. But my stream report, which tells me how many frames I dropped, the frame rate, how the quality, and how many kilobytes per second are being sent out, all report the stream should be working perfectly. So yeah. No, see, I'm just trying to ignore the fact that the spider's even here. As long as the spider isn't in my personal bubble, it's whatever. And even if it is in my personal bubble, as long as I don't know it's in my personal bubble, I'm okay. But it moved from the spot it once was, and it's kind of big. The thing is, this was days ago. Spiders can get around. It could have gone anywhere. It could still be in this room. It could be right behind me, but it's not right now. It could be rooms away. It could have gone into the vents. It could have even left this house. It probably didn't, because spiders have a tendency to try and stay in one centralized place, but, you know. Yeah, I do like lizards. I do not have a fear of reptiles. That's not to say that I wouldn't be a little bit afraid if an alligator was coming at me. The alligators don't really... Well, they can run after you. It's just they usually tackle a little bit different. They have... The reason why alligators can't is because alligators, their only scary part is their mouth. Like, they can try and flash and flip around if you try grabbing them, but really the only deadly part of an alligator is its mouth. And the one thing which should be mentioned is take the alligator's mouth seriously. They have very strong muscles in their jaw. Once they've locked their teeth into you, you are not getting out of that unscratched, because they are vicious with those mouths. But, despite the fact that an alligator's mouth is something to be afraid of, the rest of the alligator is pretty squishy and fine. Like, it does have claws on its feet, but it can, like, hardly move its legs. So. And honestly, if you can keep an alligator's mouth shut, it's in, like, a snout thing. The alligator can literally do nothing if you hold its mouth shut, because its legs can't reach its, like, mouth. It has no way for it to stop you. Oh, send them my way. But, yeah. Anyways, stop getting distracted, Ryan. Let's actually work here today. My goal is to get the bedroom and the living room done. I guess I'll start with the bedroom. New bedroom. Okay. An alligator squishy cheeks. The one thing to be careful about is the alligators can turn faster than they may appear to. The one trick that alligators have, four main tricks. The four main tricks of an alligator. A, it can actually run faster than you might think it can. It's not like a faster runner. You can outrun an alligator, but they go faster than they may first appear to. Especially since, and that's kind of a thing about them, they're kind of inconsistent with their speed. It's also placed in the second one. They can turn around faster than you think they can. They're kind of long, and they don't normally turn around super fast, but if you try and sneak up behind them, alligators can turn around a lot faster than you might expect them to. And these both kind of play into the same thing, because alligators usually go kind of slow, And you might make the assumption, oh, alligators are slow. But don't be fooled. It's just alligators lays around a lot. When they have the hunt and the prey, they can exert and have a little burst of speed and energy and go surprisingly fast. So don't underestimate their speed or their ability to turn around, because both of those are a lot faster. So even the thing is, they might do that thing where they're like completely still for a little bit, but then if you like fuck with them too much, they'll just suddenly go whoop and like awaken. The third thing that an alligator has outside of its jaws is its swimming ability. Alligators can do the thing where they're disguised in the water by everything but their eyes slightly poking out, and they have natural sort of camouflage in certain types of water with that. And yeah, they are particularly deadly in the water, both because it's harder for humans, especially humans. On land, a human can outrun an alligator. In the water, an alligator has the advantage. It can move faster through the water than you can probably move through the water. So yeah. And the last place you want to meet an alligator is the water. Basically, in the water, alligators have all the advantages. My. My, they're like, Zombie Island is a good film. Is what it is. The third thing, the alligator's ultimate weapon, if it gets you into your mouth. So, being in an alligator's jaw is bad, but be careful of the thing that they do in mud and water where they start spinning. If you've ever seen alligators do that spinning thing, which I'm talking about, that will shred you to pieces. It is actually extremely effective in ripping whatever is in its jaw apart. If it does that because that's its killer move. It's the way to kill something once it's got it. It's actually really powerful, and the one thing you have to be more careful of, even if you ever end up in a situation where for some reason you have a body part within an alligator's mouth, you do not want it to start doing the spinning thing. It will literally tear your limb off. Yeah, a lot of people call it the death roll. So, yeah. Internet fun. Anyways, designing a room. So I know the walls that I want. It's just going to be sort of the basic walls I saw in the hallway outside, but the room will have a little bit more flair to it. The room does not need to be that big. There is another room up here. I think this is about the size the room needs to be. It's even maybe a little bit big, but hey, whatever. It's not a big deal. Erase out the empty parts I've got going there. Okay. Yep, roll of death, sure fun. Yoinks. This should also have the basic floor that a lot of the house has, honestly, but that's part of the charm. The living room, I think I'm going to give the carpet treatment, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Now, I'm going to try and cheat this room in half. So I'm going to put the door of this place, like, down here. But where should I put the bed in, like, I guess the first windows. Let me first take care of windows. The windows are going to be like this window. Should the room have one window or two windows? What do you guys think? One or two windows for this bedroom? It's something to think about. You think two? Three is too much. But, yeah. I'll try doing the two variations. Two, but separate walls. Separate walls is actually a good idea. This is also kind of in the corner, so that kind of even makes sense. That does mean, however, though, I need to experiment a little bit with this window to make sure everything is how I want it. How I want it. Okay, so you have the rotation thing. Put you to 90 degrees. This should become then the X variable. And let's see if this just kind of works put in before anything else. Keep in mind I have not set anything else up about this map, so this is not going to look correct at all, but let's find out. Also, I forgot to put the... I forgot to set a few things up about this room. Not that. Da, 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 da. Put this all here and there. Okay. So I select all of you. I also forgot until I set my permanent settings, I need to put the first person change event into here. And let's see. I think everything else should be correct. Let's find out. Alright, so yeah. I might move that window a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to move it just a little bit more this way. Just keep it sort of spaced out. But that seems fine. Window position seem fine to people before I set everything else up in this room? Yep. There's no roof yet, but there will be. Okay. Now, question. Assume the door is around here. Because that's where I'm going to put it. I'm probably going to put the door exactly right here. Where should the bed in this room be? I do not believe Saya knew that it cost $50. I guess the bed would be in that corner, maybe? The iron roof was fun, though. Like, I'm thinking right around here is where I should put the bed. Just have a little bit of space with things. So I'm going to sort of cheat a bed into existence. This is not how I originally thought I was going to do the bed, but in retrospective, I think it might be the best approach. We will have a dresser in this room, actually, yes. So I'm going to try and cheat a little bit by having, I guess you could call it, pillow bedstand thing in here. I believe you were 15. I'm going to put the 16 tile sets right there. Yep. There's a lot more things to put in, but I'm going to start off by trying to focus on the bed, because the bed's going to take a little bit of trickery to make this work how I want it to. Actually, no, I think 14 is actually what I'm going for. Yeah, 14. Before I continue anything else, is the height of the bed okay? Hello, bed. Is your height okay? Alright. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to try and put this wood panel that you see right here and make it into like a full wood panel for the foot of the bed and put a 2D pillow image on top of this. I might change one more thing about it, but yeah. My angry face. Hey, you can send me the sprites. You don't even need to ask. But in fact, I already said I was looking forward to it just a little bit ago when you asked me. Because of course I'm looking forward to it. If I put the wooden frame there in the pillow, maybe I should change something about the sprites so the foot of the bed's different, but maybe that's charm. I don't know. The best way, because Twitter can destroy quality, is just to send it to my public email as thatgamer@gmail.com. The bed height is good. I'm debating about changing the foot of the bed, but maybe that's fine. I'm going to pretend it's fine for now. Alright, so pillow. Hello, pillow. Now, how do I make a pillow that looks okay no matter what angle I look at from? M? That's okay. I can probably make use of most things. Getting to the groove of spriting is part of the fun. Something cylinder is probably the best option to go with it. I agree with that. Let's go there. I'm not the fastest or best sprider. Spriding is one of my weaker areas, actually. But you gotta do what you gotta do. That's okay. I'll tease you about it later. But let's see here. Take the pencil tool at the moment. This is gonna look probably a little bit weird, but hopefully a good type of weird. That's what I'm gonna hope. There's a way I might further cheat if this starts having issues. Yeah, like that's exactly what I wanted. Let's see. Put that there. Add some slight pillow fun to the pillow. Subtle pillow. All right. Let me go see what we got. I have received them. They look good, You're being hard on yourself over these. Em did a great job. She's underselling herself. Let me show what is up. So, firstly, Em made a bunny. Bunny! It's actually a really nicely shaded bunny, even. And then bunny with the eyes closed. I guess we have a pet for this place too, because I do have a cage, but... Bunny? Then, Em also made a little mirror. Can also be a photo frame, but mirror. Voila. Then Em also made a tree painting, which I'll put down here with this stuff. A tree painting, which looks great too. And then also made a heart rug. And now look over here, Em trying to claim that none of it's good when all of it's actually fucking fantastic. So, you know. Your shading on all the sprites is actually a great Em, and they all do look cute like I asked there, so yeah. Fun, fun. But it's true. Over right there, and yeah. Rolls as it goes. Thinking about it for a second, this one's about to kick in. So I like the song. I do need a lot of paintings too, so it all works out there. my. I do have an open sprite slot there. Just thinking about something for a second. Sorry, I like the song. All right, like, I mean, Em has fun with it. Let's put that there. All right. Firstly, my shoddy pillow. Direction fix quickly. Get into this. Tile set should be here. I am hopeful, but doubtful it's gonna look okay here. Oh, wait, oh, right. I'm silly. I forgot I can set this to a certain thing here. You know what? Actually, right, I can do that. That means I actually should edit this pillow a little bit more than what I just did. Stars don't expand from the center, please. Sack in the hall. I think I know I'm going to make this bed realized, and I'm going to have to do some cheats here, but it'll work out okay. Let's put that there. Do some background stuff with it. I'm going to make it like a 2D image, basically. So it's a billboard as opposed to a normal sprite. I think that will ultimately work better than if I do it like what I was thinking about doing, making like a 3D rotating image. Specifically for the bed, I should mention. Yep, I can slant things and push things back, so I just have an idea to do with that, basically. For some reason, brown is a very unsubtle color. Like, what I mean by this is that, like, when you just change the tone a little bit, it's either too light or too dark. Even though it's like just a slight difference in variables. I've noticed that a lot when I've been trying to make wood stuff. Funny fun. And put in a little bit of shading for the pillow. Maybe I went a little bit too extreme with the shading, but I think it'll be okay. Alright, export that. Do this here. Okay. Then actually, would it be best if I just kind of set in the window settings but took off the light part about it? Maybe, actually. Oh my. Let's check some stuff out. Wood push here. Alright. Cheating to set a few things around here, but this should hopefully work out okay. Direction fix, go down here, get the alarm clock, which is one of these. Let me guarantee that at least. Oh, it's this one. It was a little bit hard to tell on this small scale, but yeah. Now, the variable I should give it is the sprite variable. The clock can turn to face whatever direction. I copied that correctly, didn't I? Yes, I did. Actually, this room might go a lot faster than I'm thinking it might, because I think we might almost have enough things to make everything just work okay with it. Okay. And there's the little animal cage. And next to the animal cage, I'm going to put the bunny. Bunny. It's going to have a custom move route where it waits 90 frames. And then it turns the switch on. The epic switch known only as the bunny blink. When the bunny blink happens, nothing can stop it. Copy paste. The bunny blink is on. In this, it's only on for 5 frames before the switch 21, the bunny blink, is turned off. But during this time, the bunny blinks. Alright, so before I do anything else, let's see how this is looking. So firstly, some table stuff. I've got the clock there. I'm going to push the clock. Actually, maybe I have to push the clock back. Otherwise, it looks like it's on the edge when you're going here. For starters, the bed effect actually worked better than I thought it was going to work. It looks okay. The cage and the bunny. I need to lock the cage in the spot. What was that glitch I saw for a second? So I need to push these both back, but look at it. And look, the bunny blinks. I might make it not blink as much, but yeah. High octane blinking action. Also I should push the table stuff up a little bit. Or maybe no, I should go up a little bit more. I'm going to space out the blinking a little bit more and make it blink a little bit longer because I think that'll be cuter. And I'm going to push the stuff back. But yeah, it's coming together. I'm also going to change the lighting in this room eventually. It's just as the default lighting before I start doing stuff. So yeah. Alright. Bun is good. I'm going to change the bunny's blinking patterns just a little bit. I'm going to change this to every 120. And I'll make it blink for a good 10 frames. Okay. Also, right, I didn't set a good variable to this stuff. That actually probably has a big part to do with this. How about 15, 15, 15? I want to see if this height looks okay. Yeah, that's better height. It's very close to what we were at, but yeah. I might actually have to move the clock down. Or no, maybe it's the right height for this. In fact, maybe it's even the right position for this. Except it looks like it's floating at a distance, so you have to move it down a little bit. The U stuff I need to fix, though. Okay. So go back in here. The clock, for some reason, was raised a little bit more than I think it should be. I'll keep it a little bit raised, but not as raised as it was. The person is okay taste in wallpaper. I mean, it's gonna be a weird thing. It'll look a little bit better when I put some stuff on the walls, but yeah. Misconceptions. This part's gonna be fun because I'm gonna have to arrange it for a while. Let me also remember what stuff can also work in here from here. Not the stuff in there. Yeah, I guess some bookshelf stuff can come. The wardrobe should be in here. That makes too much logical sense. What should be faced this direction by default? I guess here? Before you drown. Yeah, put trash bags everywhere. That's what I was waiting for this whole time. No, but this isn't a garbage location. It's just a normal person's house. Garbage bags are not going to be laying around. I'm going to put desk here, or chair. Desk, chair, same difference, really. I'm kidding. A toilet, a bookshelf could work. I'm gonna have to make it a specialized bookshelf, though. Okay, Bunny and stuff, you guys are gonna have to move down a little bit. Trash man. Okay. Now you, I'm gonna have to change your position a lot before I get you correct. I can already feel it, but I'll start off with this and they'll be in completely the wrong place, and then I'll move it later. Now you as a sprite though, let's continue downward. Some of this stuff I'm going to be saving for other rooms, other stuff I'm just not going to use because they're from other projects that I'm not using for this one. Nothing in here for this particular room. Oh, I'm going to put the lamp in here though. Okay. There we go, with part of the fun. Okay. Telescope have a fun effect when I put it in, but yeah. Not that stuff. Oh my, they're NG. I mean, that's part of the creepiness of mannequins. It's the quick mistake for a person. Okay. Checking some stuff. A little potted plant thing can work out nicely. Da 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 da. Teddy bear in the corner there. Wait, that's supposed to be twice as big, so actually it should be more like here in this corner. Set a nice little potted plant here, which was there provided. A few of these I'm going to have to definitely change the position in a little bit, but get the basics done. Actually, most of these, like the floor is from Close Me, but most of these sprites are not from Close Me, actually. They're not from anything, actually. The chair is from Close Me, and the recycling bin and this rug. But the rest of it actually is not from Close Me. Check, think. Alright. I kind of know how to put this up where I want it to anyways, as well. Okay, yeah. That might have been the case. X? No. .48. Put that there, and should be good. Okay, so a lot of this is not going to look right. Like, a lot of it's going to look really wrong, actually. But let's get launched up and just start seeing what we need to start fixing up already. So I need to push the laptop back. The chair is facing backwards. The wardrobe works, but needs to be... Let's see, if I look at it from this direction... Well, it's kind of clipping. I guess I should move the trash canister around so it doesn't clip through. Bookshelf is actually in a good place when you make it more thorough. Teddy! And obviously the bookshelf needs work and this stuff needs to be pushed back. Okay. Semi-damage report confirmed. So the chair was backwards, so put that there. Now the bookshelf I was kind of expecting. So let's see. If I put negative variables on these values, let me just see what that does. This is on the x-axis, so I should push the x-axis back some. Put this as negative x, let's try 30. Same thing with the cage. Meanwhile, with you, you're a y-axis thing. That means positive variables. So let's try 0.24 and just see what the result is. And similar thing with the flower. Now let's swap the trash can and the wardrobe around. Make this a through sprite. So above characters here in the eye. Now the bookshelf is still going to be extremely messed up. And this one I should put as y negative 0.12 or something. That should probably work. Let's see what happens. Okay. Laptop and this look more natural. The chair is starting to face the right direction. Yeah, it's as correct as it's gonna be, so... The chair looks at you. The bookshelf is obviously wrong, but I'm getting closer. The bears, it won't look right. Oh, I pushed this the wrong way. I have to push this right. Great, because I put a negative for else should have been positive where its position is. Okay, I'm watching you, clock. Put that there. The bear does look like he wants to say like I love you type of thing, but yeah. I think the wardrobe's gonna work better if I like lock into a position. Even if I do have rotatable versions, I just think it's going to end up looking better. Maybe I'm wrong about that. If you guys think differently, please let me know. Change this to negative 30 and... Or not negative, positive 30. It is 1010. Okay. What if I try the rotation as 60? Where are we going to be looking at? Yes, I do. In fact, the cage is right here. It looks a little bit small next to the bunny, but trust me, it's fine. The bookshelf, on the other hand, is not fine. Okay, I need to move the bunny. Actually, no, the bunny looks fine there. I could lock... No, because the cage needs to be seen from a few different directions. It should rotate towards the player. Yeah, it blinks. I mean, you gave me a blinking spray. I can make advantage of it. Yeah, the wardrobe doesn't look right. It needs to stand still. The chair looks a little bit weird, but I'm just accepting the chair is going to end up looking a little bit weird in this game. There's some things that you have to accept with the graphic style that you're choosing that will end up looking weird with the first-person camera. Alright, there's some more things to hang up and roll with and go with. The bookshelf is my primary concern for the second. I actually think I've got close to the direction I want it to be. Can I try 45? So I'm going to mess around with the bookshelf for a little bit and see what result we end up getting. Okay, so it actually needs to go further. So not lesser, further, which means would 95 end up working? I know, but it's just players will get used to it when they get more into the game is the thing. Okay, 95 puts you almost exactly at that angle. The problem is from over here. So I need to put the bookcase at a very odd angle and then push it a little bit. All right, so 125. But we're working with limitation. When I decided to make this game first person and have the camera fully 3D, Hollow Bliss will actually end up looking a little bit better because I can control the perspective the player is seeing everything from. Okay, a little bit more turn and a little bit more push into the Y direction. So Y needs to go more like negative 25. And the rotation needs to be more like 145. Okay, yeah, it's getting there. Not quite, but yeah. And then from over here, it'll look like this. And then once I push it into the right place, it'll look okay. In fact, I can probably turn it to 135. But the depth over here needs to go to like 45. Let's see what that looks like. I know some things that are trying. Some things will have to, like the chair. And hey there, Jaded. Okay. Hi, Bear. So I need to push the bookcase a little bit further back. And then it'll look more natural from both directions. Yeah, okay. It needs to be pushed back in a few areas, actually. Bookshelf, we're going to have to spend some more time with you. On the x-axis, let's return you to 0 and see what you're looking like there. On Y, let's try negative 60, and let's see what type of result we're about to get. Yeah, it's much closer to what I want to get for this. Not quite there, but a lot closer. I just need to move it a little bit more on the Y direction axis, really. How about 80? Is that going to be too far, or is that going to be the right amount? The cabinet, I think, needs to be something which I may need to put at a weird angle, too. Yeah, okay, that's the angle I want the bookshelf to be. I'm probably going to put something else there so it looks a little bit more natural, but yeah. Well, I have to cheat because it's a 2D image, and if it's turning, it's gonna look really weird. I guess the teddy bear can actually work where this is currently positioned. Okay, this is gonna be a really weird decision on my part, but if I move that there and then change this to -30, will the result be the same, or is it gonna end up looking worse? I can turn it back if it doesn't look as good. Okay, yeah, that needs to come back a little bit. Okay, how does 10 look? I know the bunny's cute. We're getting you there, bookcase. You're getting there. How about if I make it positive 10? Let's launch it back up. That might be closer to where I want to go with it. Yeah, that's better. And the bear even works there. I'll push the bear back a little bit so it fits a bit more naturally as opposed to like popping out. But yeah. The cabinets, the chair, unfortunately, the only way to make the chair work is the kind of weird turning angle. The cabinet, I think, needs to be different, though. Okay, X 0.30. I think that'll end up looking better. And the cabinet, I think I need to lock into position. You need to be a fence. And I need to put you at a weird angle like this, but different. The rotation should be -45, maybe? I don't know how the X and Y are going to look, but I think the X should be a -20. And X-Y's, let's keep it at 0 until I see what the result looks like. Oh, I made the wrong direction face for one. Oh, but wait, it still turned. That's actually kind of funny. The direction fix, it did nothing. I know what makes a difference there, but that's kind of annoying. Thankfully, I have a version which actually I prepared exactly just in case something like this happened. Just can't find it again. There it is. Now the angle is completely wrong, but I got distracted by the terrain aspect. I didn't really calculate in my head. See what we got. Okay, well you're clipping a little bit and you're at the wrong angle, but we're getting there. So the X should actually be something like 0.15. The rotation should be 25, I think. Let's make this 20. See how this ends up looking. On one hand, that is better in a few ways, but there's other ways it definitely needs some work, especially from this angle. So how do I rotate you ever so slightly? Also, I forgot I need to push the trash can back a little bit. Y 0.30. Oh yeah, you can interact with things diagonally. Alright. what is the rotation for you that I haven't quite figured out? Is it because I'm doing negative 25? Alright, let's see what we got. You really don't want to rotate. And that's not clipping through. Okay, let's see. Will that clip through it when I look this way? Like, I don't care if the laptop slightly clips to the wall. It's whatever. Well, actually, maybe that's a little more severe than I thought it was. Alrighty, I'll make an update to you so you're not quite as clippy. That would be X-Access Plus. Don't you love the fun of making sure everything is angled correctly when you're doing this? I mean, it's actually kind of fun. It just takes a lot of back and forth to make sure everything looks okay. That obviously didn't do much. The garbage can look like it's... well, whatever, it's actually not that big of a deal. But locking into position... I have to make decisions like, oh, it'd be better if I just lock that into place. It's the rotation on you that's definitely acting up a little bit. Let me make the rotation a lot higher than it is. Like, let's try 65 and see what's going on with it. Trash can. Let's make the Y more like 10 and not 100. 10 and see what that ends up looking like. And alright there, Twisted. The laptop is a little bit more of a concern, but maybe if I do it like 14 instead of 24, and the X variable, is the X making it more into the wall than not? Let's see how this just ends up playing out. Yeah, okay, so the laptop no longer clips to the wall. That's fine. Why will this drawer not rotate? Face is fine. Bunny and all that is fine. Hello, Barry. Bear is actually at the perfect angle to not look like it's clipping through things. Perfect, even. I can't believe your laptop's just me neither, actually. Okay. Coming along. I don't know how I feel that the wardrobe is just completely flat. On one hand, it looks fine from most angles, except over here, but this is also the entrance to the room. But then again, there's also going to be some weird visual things that's just part of this game. And a lot of people can accept, oh, it's like the old 2D thing. I mean, legitimately, it's impressive this is even possible in an RPG Maker engine, but yeah. Alright, wardrobe. We got a few things to work out about you. Why the fuck are you not rotating? What have I fucked up about your rotation variable that's making you really not work? There's something I'm not doing right with this rotation? Wait. Is it what I think it is? Okay, I figured it out. I'm silly. I put a 0 point dial of habit when it should just be more like 35. I figured it out. Hey there again, Nepti. Alright, so I should now make this the opposite of what it is, because now it's turning the wrong way. I don't believe rotation uses negative variables, so I should do it more like 360 degrees is a full angle. So let me try 300 and see what we get. Yeah, I did. Okay, we're getting there. That's the bright side. Let's try 320. Better than previous. And how does it look from this angle? Honestly, I shouldn't move it too much further from where it is. Let's try adding a 5 to that and see if it looks okay. You're not going to be able to see your character currently. I just have a placeholder of having Sophie as our character sprite. You won't also see that camera perspective that happens when I actually set the game correctly. I'm using that for testing, I should clarify. Okay, 430. I can push it to to the 30 angle. Let's go to 333 and just end up seeing what we're looking at. Alright, looks fine from that angle. Can see it fine from this angle, and even from this angle looks fine for what this game's like standard with all the stuff is. Teddy Bunny. Alright, before I move on to the next things, anything in this room, I mean, obviously there's a few things, but it's just part of the graphic style of this game, really. Anything about the bedroom you're like, Ryan, that must be fixed. And yeah, the music playing right now is for Hollow Bliss. Bunny. Oh, I need to make the bunny not clip to the wall, though. That might be part of it. It's because it's still working off of a tile system a la RPG Maker, because it's an RPG Maker game. Let's see how this both plays out. We're not gonna have weed posters. We are gonna put more posters in the room. I'm just asking what the things that currently plays there, though. Now the bunny looks like it's clipping off, unfortunately. Oh, right, because the y-axis. Okay, I know why. The y-axis needs to be a negative variable. And now the bunny doesn't look like it's clipping through the fucking wall. Does it look like it's clipping through the cage? When I move this way, no, because the cage moves with it. What if I get to the weirdest? Because we won't be able to clip through all this stuff in the final result. No, that looks fine. Hello, bunny. Bunny? Laptop and flower vase looking fine. Yeah. Trash can look kind of weird from a specific angle, but it's whatever. It's better than it was. Oh, you sent me something? Let's see. Oh, okay. I won't show that to the audience at the moment unless you want me to. But it'll end up in. So, yeah. Alright. So next up we're going to decorate the room a little bit more, and then I'm going to focus on making the lighting better. So, yeah. Let's see. It's partially up to you, though. So now we're going to put some weeby posters on this person's wall and some other nicer stuff, so... Above the characters, through. You guys ready to weeb this place up? Weeb it. Okay, take the rotation back to 0. Up by 1. This should be a Y and be a negative in your case, and the scale is right. Yeah, we're making the bedroom right now, Azzy. Alright. The paint actually looks really good there, and that poster definitely looks good there. Maybe it would look a little bit better. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna put this over here. I can show it to them. Let me first go this. Yeah, that looks better there. Makes the room look a little more composed with that there, and that paint there looks nice. Wardrobe works fine. Laptop is fine for what our graphic style is. Hi, Bunny. Bunny's having a good time. Alright. I think I'm also going to hang a painting up above this just so this wall doesn't look as good. Oh, no, my. Thank you there, Sonder. Yep, I'm excited for Silent Hill and Resident Evil there. It's not going to be tomorrow. Well, actually, it depends what time zone you're in. In your time zone, if you're in Europe, you're in, yes, tomorrow, I guess. But it's going to be in something like, in fact, from this very moment. Yeah, it'd be like 44 hours from now. So no, not quite tomorrow. We're still like 44 hours away. Always a good time. So put that against this wall, this against that wall. Bear looks fine. Okay. Yeah, I think that I need another painting thing up there, but yeah. Actually, that's an interesting thought. If somebody draws the shelf with a pill bottle on it, then I'll use it. Does somebody want to draw a Sprite shelf with a pill bottle on it? It's kind of like this. If so, I can put that there, even if the position isn't quite right. It also has a lamp on it, I guess. I guess I can't do it like... Except that might look... No, maybe not. It's hard to say, because the shelf also would have some issues. The problem is that because it'd be a 2D sprite, I'd have to do some trickery to make it fit into place, but maybe that'll work out fine. It could also be there's another bedroom in this house I could do something with that there, actually. That might be interesting. So yeah, I might be able to trick some stuff into another bedroom in this game. Maybe not this bedroom, because I think I'm liking the layout, but... In my mind there, Sandra, it's still going to be about 44 hours from now when the PlayStation event starts, though. Which is a little over, it's over a day, so... Alright, so make this a positive 48, except it's actually going to be a 98 to cheat this. And this one needs to be like 2 up. Yeah. Well, that's a little bit too high. I actually can lower it by doing it something like 1.4. Let's see what that ends up looking like. Also, I still need to add a ceiling to this room. And then change the line to this room. Wait. Ah, you're not pushed back far enough yet. Right. Was I changing the x-axis when I'm being... Oh, I'm... Okay. Buckaroo. $1.40. Let's see what I get there. And now the z-axis, let's just make it 1 and end up seeing what the result is. That's not making it flow in midair, right? Yeah, okay, good. I could make it higher though now. Getting the Marshmallow Monk picture to be in the perfect place. Let's make it 1.25. Oh, wait, it turns towards the plate. No, wait, no, that was just a weird illusion I saw for a second. All right. Now that wall looks like blank without something on it, so now I'm going to do one more effort thing. And I know what poster it's going to be too. Again, I need a lot of paintings for this house. Spring. Let's see how this plays out. Okay, well, once I'm done with the poster, then I'll show the thing. Why does it look like that rotates with me for a second and then doesn't? I mean, it isn't, but yeah. And the door is gonna be there, so yeah. Alright. For the moment, what do you guys think about the main character's room before I change lighting and add some lights and stuff? Also, I need the lamp. I'm going to add the lamp. Now I'm going to show the sprite that Em wants, what she made here. So here's the bunny. And now we have our newest sprite. Bunny? Bunny. Bunny. Set that there and yeah. Put it there and yeah. I think I'm gonna put one of these carpets that I have from the house down into this particular floor. Do you guys think the green or blue carpet would look better? I think the blue one's actually gonna look a little bit better here. Put a little carpet right there, and I think I'll make the place look a little bit nicer. And I'm also gonna put one of the lamps down, just to add a little more light into this room. I believe I put that into the shoe shelf thing. The cabinet, not the cabinet. Coat rack. Purplish, bluish thing. Now this is gonna have some light effect. It's not a sprint, it's a sprite. The scale is fine, the position is not. Now make the glow stronger than what it currently is. And then, I guess I can make that 3, and then change the color of it. That being the color for the lamp makes sense. Before I change the other lighting stuff in this game, or this setup here. Why does it only work if I like cut it? I don't know. Now apply, okay, and let's see what this is looking like before I change the light into this room. Voila, the lamp really did brighten up this room actually. I think I should remove the yellowness around it. I thought the transparent pixels read a little bit weirdly here. Kinda, but at the same time, you know, I wanted to brighten up the rest of the room, so I'm like, yeah. I can move it to a side if I need to, though. I want something kind of in the middle of the room, though. I can, 100%. Okay, everyone wants it against the wall. Then I shall. Why are you big sad, Denji? That's how the game works. Trust me, if it's faster, it wouldn't actually feel as good to control as it currently does. Or if it was slower. I can push it in a little bit more, but nah, that's fine. Okay. Now, how should I do the ceiling of this area? A5, because we have the ceiling tile sets in here, actually. It has to do again with the engine stuff. So I as the developer can move it up, but in the actual game the controls are really weird to look up, and I'm going to kind of lock the options. Or maybe I won't. But I'm going to warn, the controls for looking up and down is very weird, but also has weird effects, like the lamp looks like it can come in for a nice little smooch on me. Hello, bunny. Kind of see what I mean with that. The lamp is the most noticeable because it's tall.
Let me wish you tonight. Good night. Good night. Good night.
100% no, I cannot. It's a limitation of how the 2D sprite stuff. It's also why you can't look up and down in the original Doom. Now you know. Lying here, I'm trying to hear you. My truth's confused with faith, sails torn down. I'm drifting away. Now sooner than later, I'll be in some other place. My hunger is starving. My throat is burning. I can tell I'm not falling. It is what it is. In Baldi, they aren't 2D images, they're 3D stuff. They do things with the Unity engine. Also, that's Unity. That's not RPG Maker, which is what we're using here. Yeah, the posters are nice. Okay. So, what type of ceiling are we going to use here? That is the question. I'm not going to use one of the same ceilings I've used so far. I'm going to choose something a little bit different. In the room I'm in right now, the ceiling is literally just white, so... Not really. I have an Xbox, but I don't really play much on it. The kitchen probably won't be today, though if we get more stuff for the kitchen, that'd be appreciated, because I need more sprites in the kitchen, yes. In fact, a lot more. My goals today are the bedroom and the living room. Yeah, ING. Hat. What color? Like, it should just be white like the rooms I'm in right now. I'm debating on that. We do need a fridge and oven still, and them in the openable and closable states. Let's see. Round. Think about why am I having such a hard time choosing a roof ceiling thing here? It could just be white. In fact, it probably should just be the same white type of thing going on. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. We're gonna go with kind of a whitish tone. That should be a good enough color for this. And then filter. I'll add a little bit of texture to it, but not by much. Dull it out, the hue, whatever, saturation. There, value. Then random put in the value down to that. Change the seed. The fridge should be about 2 tiles high, 48 by 48. Fridges are usually bigger than people. Or maybe a little bit less than 96 tiles high, like maybe 80. The stove should be about... I don't know, actually. Around 48, maybe. Okay, so the blue tile was for the bathroom. So if I take this, so I'm about to completely change the lighting of this room, but I'll mess around with it in just a second. Alright, let's see what we're about to get here for results. So ignore the fact that the lighting in this room is completely changed. Does that seem like an okay roof to you guys before I fix or mess around with everything else? Or I think I should change the roof coloring now, given that it looks a little bit weird with the lighting we currently have, but yeah. No, not 80 by 80. It should be like 48 pixels wide and 80 pixels tall. Fridges are often taller than they are wider. You know what? Colon? That's actually... Don't sprite the fridge. I think Colin came up with actually a legitimately really good idea of how to realize the fridge. So ignore the fridge, but focus on the stuff. Then the stuff. Don't do the fridge and stove. I'm gonna do them. Colin just planted an idea into my head, and I think I'm gonna be able to manage them. Other kitchen things are very, very much appreciated, though. I realized an idea that could be better realized, which was something that Colin just said. It's a little bit trickery, but it's a good idea. I'm not sure if the ceiling doesn't look right here. Maybe once the line changes. The problem is where there are places I know, but I think making them sort of cubes, but then with stuff painted on would work out better. Okay, here's actually what I'm gonna say. Don't draw the whole thing. Just draw the parts that open. What I'm gonna do you notice how I made the bed over here like a cube, and then just added a 2D image to it? I think I'm gonna. If you could draw the parts of the fridge, not the whole entire fridge, but like the departments that open, like the door when it's closed and the door that when it's open, both of them, like then I can probably attach them to the cube, and the same thing for the stove stuff. In fact, you can even do a stove top and a stove side separately, and then I can add them. So like a 48 by 48 stove top and a 48 by 48 stove front, and the stove front open and closed. Am I making sense of what I'm saying, or should I like slow down and write it down or something? Okay, so imagine right now that this cube in front of me was the stove. Alright, like let's imagine this is the stove right here, okay? You see what I'm looking at? Imagine that this was the stove, okay? Not the bed part, but like the cube in front of me. Do you understand at the moment what I'm talking about? So, do you see in the room how I have things like posters and stuff attached to the wall and windows and all that, but they're just 2D images, right? And I even did that with your painting there. They're just 2D images kind of plastered to the walls. I could take a 2D image of the top of the stove and the front of the stove and then plaster them onto the cube to make a cube and 3D object that won't turn around weirdly when I'm looking at it onto the cube to make it look like a stove. Because a stove and a fridge are basically just cubes. So if I can just plaster the images of what they look like onto the actual cubes, it will look like a stove and a fridge and won't have the problem where they turn to look at me when I'm moving through the game world. That looks a little bit weird. Am I making sense? So if you sprited a 48 by 48 stove front, both it closed and open, the cube is 48 by 48 pixels. All right, I'm gonna make the stove 48 pixels tall, 48 pixels wide, and I'm gonna make the fridge about the same pixels wide, 48, but I'm probably gonna make the height closer. Let me calculate in my head for a second. The height's gonna be 86 pixels tall for the fridge, but 48 pixels wide. Okay? I'll write that down for you. 48 pixels tall or wide, 86 pixel, or excuse me, is it 86? No, it's 8. No, wait. Excuse me. Let me. I'm trying to calculate this. Just be like, yeah. Okay, I can tweet it. Stove dimensions. 2 images, both 48 by 48. Or I guess 3 images, both 48 by 48. 2 images for the stove front. One of the stove front closed. One of it open. 1 image for the stove top. All 3 48 by 48. Fridge dimensions 40. Let's see. Fridge dimensions are 48 pixels tall. And then if I, it'd be 36 by 48, so it'd be more like 84. Yeah, that would be the number. 84 pixels tall. Need a version of the front of all cabinets of the fridge closed. Freezer and fridge parts. Actually, I'll leave it to you. Do you think we want a freezer on the fridge, or should it just be like a fridge department? Like, what are you thinking there, of just one single fridge department, or you think we should have like a fridge part and a freezer part? Like top and bottom sort of thing. Okay. So then I'll ask for this. Freezer and fridge doors closed. Then a version of the fridge door open. Then a version of the freezer door open. So 3 total. All closed, then both open separately. Alright, sent that your way. Now I'm going to change the light in this room because I don't want the orange light specifically, but yeah. Maybe if I go for something more of a pink almost? Like almost like a light pink. Not super bright and not too distracting, but yeah. Light there. And I think I need to change the ceiling because the ceiling doesn't really look like it meshes with the room well. Yeah, the ceiling needs to be more pink with how I have the room currently decorated. Yeah, okay, so my decision after seeing this is that this needs to be more pink. Color, hue saturation. I guess I need to do the colorize option. Wow, my laptop hates having Gmail open. Oh my. And alright, let's see some of the drawer stuff there. Maybe that's too pink. Give me a second, I'm gonna try and figure out what I want this to be precisely. Colors, hue saturation. I guess I'm more like this is gonna end up looking right. Might burn half of those block surfaces and put the pill ball on top. Then, oh, that makes sense actually. With the drawer, you actually have a good idea there with that. That looks better for me. Are you guys okay with that sort of ceiling and how the room's lighting and everything looks? Also, should I change the yellow aura around the lamp, or I think it adds a little bit of charm? All these questions to ask. Never too pink, my. It's part of the fun. The madness! Let me go in the middle and spin on my carpet. Everything seem okay with you guys? I think I should change something about how the room is currently set up. Including the lamp, the ceiling, whatever about it. How am I moving in position when I've just been standing, like, holding the same two buttons? I accidentally press on those? That's interesting. No opinions? I guess there's no opinions. I guess it's fine. Okay. And the player will enter in from here. I guess I can put. There's one more thing that I'm gonna put. I'm gonna put a pot plant in that corner. But yeah. Outside of that, yeah. Oh, that's okay. I was just asking for anything that people want to change throughout the room, but I think it's good how it is. Part of the fun. I mean, the bunny's pretty big already. I know you mean like a joke huge thing. I might at some point, but at the moment I don't want to mess it up here. Yep, can never have too many plans. I'll make it the opposite turned around version just for a little bit of diversity of the plant on the right side of the door, but yeah. And now the only addition I've made, a houseplant. I might push it back a little bit more, but yeah. X and Y. Y 0.30, and then X 0.30. I think both those are the positive values I want to get that where I want it to be, but let's find out if it's not like clipping to the wall or anything. Nope, that. Oh, it's a little bit clipping to the wall, actually. Okay, so almost. I was very, very close. 20 then. I am gonna have the door open and closed. Doors are actually something which I'm gonna focus on today too. It clips a little bit, but it's like whatever. At least from that direction. This direction it clips a little bit more. Okay, the X stuff I need to change just a little bit. Change the X value down to 20 as well, maybe? Will that fix it or make it better? Not fix, but make it better. In that direction. Yeah, it does fix that direction, actually. It does look like it needs to be pushed back just a little bit now, though. Will 30 do that, or what will 30 end up doing? Let's find out. All the fun of making this all work out fine. No, that makes that direction clip. It makes that direction seem fine, though. Like, I'm kind of understanding what the different direction pushbacks are having on this now that I'm sort of seeing them in person. Then will this be fine as 25? I can see the chat there. How's it going, Nautilus? Clips a little bit. Okay, I should make it like 26 just to not make it clip as much. Can be free. Yep. And let's see their layout. I also need to check out NG's thing. I've just been trying to get this room perfect, so I'll be like, yeah, well, not perfect, but, you know, functional, I guess the word for it. Oh, you're right, 26 is the opposite direction. This needs to be 24. Get rid of the 6, make that 24. Okay. Oh, you have an idea for that, though, Lane. That's interesting. I just picked up what you fully meant there. Plan looks fine there for the moment. So yeah. And yeah, things coming together. Trust your instincts. Honestly, it's all coming together pretty cohesively. Okay, now let's look at the things that people have sent me. Angie has... Oh, and Angie, you work fast. Angie came up with some cool stuff. I'll show this here. I do have a toilet, so I don't need it, but some of the stuff is appreciated, definitely. I can find some uses for some of this 100%. Next up, Andrew. Oh, you came up with an old version of... There was a hole here. It's gone now thing. I used to have something similar to the stream, so I appreciate it. Open this with... I guess I don't need it for GIMP. I guess I just need to do it like this. Add a source. It's just an image. Hole here. And now choose an image for this. It's a hole here. Oh, it's actually cool. Okay. I appreciate the effort there. Transform, fit to screen. And there it is. I appreciate it. And yep. It's alright, it's good to practice, and, you know, you're free to use the stuff too as well. I'm going to move some of the stuff which I know I can 100% make use of. Desk I can. Good image, characters. ESM, what's up? Bonnie. This 2x2 object thing is the place to put it, I believe. I think it worked out well. You're probably correct about that. Yeah, that'll be good. I'm going to lower this just a little bit. And there we go. I think that'll end up looking a little bit more natural. Sport there. And now time to deal with some paintings. Some paintings. Alright. You are a big painting. I could take advantage of you. Do you mind if I add one thing to the painting template you have right here, NG? You wouldn't mind if I add something, would you? Okay. You sound a little bit weird with it. Change my brush for a second just to try something.
Stars amongst the leaves. I walk because I can, and I move because I must. My pace is quick and light, the night is black and smooth. I move because I must. There is nothing that can touch me. It's 3
It's not really spooky, it's more kind of just strange. It's not even that strange, is the thing. I just had a weird idea, so I went with it. Noodle man. Okay. And now, take some of these. I do need a lot of paintings for over the course of this, so yeah. Whoever knew Earl had a brother. I didn't. Okay. I still don't understand why Silence goes to the expanded center thing. This one's my favorite of the Pain bunch, by the way. It's not just because of the character. I just like it. And then move this here. Alright. My mind around. That's okay, the review. I hope it goes over well. Alright, let's see how the room's coming together there before I move on to the next. Yeah. It's looking alright for the style they're going with, so yeah. Alright. Stretch this out. I think we're about done with the bedroom, which is one of the 2 rooms I want to get done today, which means next up we have, of course, the living room, which is one of the biggest normal rooms in the game, so this should be fun. Yeah, they lay. Still more to do, though. It also means we can make the game's opening, but I'm not going to work on that tonight. Room focus is my focus today. Speaking of which, I need to edit and rename this normal bedroom. Now, do I work on doors next, or do I work on... Let's do the living room next, then I'll work on doors last. So, yeah. Well, think about how the living room setup should be first. I'll just think about it in my head for a second. So, yeah. Just thinking about it. Alright. Let's do the new normal living room. I might make this a little bit bigger initially, but it's probably not going to be as big as I'm making it here. So that has the white tile format. This one is the yellow one. Yellow is sort of the primary stuff in the house. So I guess yellow should be the living room because that's also a primary room. But I think I might make the dining room have the white one then. And the kitchen, of course, is the like green one. So. Eggnog's pretty good, but no bad for you. But it's good. I know the songs are on loop at the moment. That's usually how I do work, because I just have songs on loop for a while. Alright, I'm gonna make this to 28 so I can make a staircase. 5, 6, 7, 8. That should be good here. And oh my, I can't see it. Well, I mean, I'm actually working on a community project, so it makes sense. It makes sense it's being used now. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that I can't access Discord right now and I'm gonna have to make a new account, which is actually makes me sad, then yeah. But I'm also first need to go through the process of everything else with it, so yeah. Otherwise, I would have joined the part. So I'm going to not. This is not cheating at all, but there's supposed to be like a room here in the living room, like this side of it. So I'm gonna sort of make this area closed off before it opens up over here. I do think I made this a little bit too tall, though. That's more normal. Okay, so then 1, 2. Lower the room height by 2. Yeah. It's part of the fun of the project fun. Now, I've decided I'm not going to give this the same wooden floor, despite the fact it's got the same walls, so I'm going to give this room the little carpeted area thing. Just to give it kind of that cheap living room feel. And a little bit difference here, so yeah. Now, the next fun stuff will be the stairs. Not like that, though. So this is going to look a little bit weird in motion, but the ceiling of this room is going to be super high up. In fact, I don't think I'm going to give a ceiling to this room. Yeah, this room's not going to have a ceiling. It's going to be like the only room in the game that doesn't, but a lot of this is going to be pretty tall. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can actually, no, actually I can do this a little bit better than I'm doing it right now. Let me quickly look at something on there. Something here. Da, 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 da. Need to look at this. U. 1, 2.7. So it'll be through. I set it to that. So 22 to 24, and then 20 upward to 10. Okay. So this should be something like 19, 17, 15. No, this is too much. Or the halves, that's the one I should pay attention to. So 14 and 23. 14 and 23 first. Okay. 14, 23, and then from here it starts escalating. 3, 4, 5, 6, and I guess all this gets to be a 7. My, all the FNAF music. And that's fun, Lay. So the shading in this room is going to look really weird when I first launch it because it's going to have the default lighting here and that's not going to look great with this map. But hey, just need to see if this is all looking okay with the staircase and the room layout. Like, if the room looks too spacious or big, even though it's supposed to be one of the bigger rooms in the game. Also remember to transfer this because I keep on forgetting to do that. Alright, set starting position of the player. Okay. So as expected, the staircase looks a little bit weird, but I always knew it was going to be like that. And honestly, the result I was going for looks a little bit better than I was expecting. The only thing is, I think that... Okay, I see what needs to change. I actually need to do a little bit of trickery, and this all needs to go down by 1. I think this is going to end up looking better than the end result here. That does mean, however, though, all of this should become an 8 and not a 7. So 8, and then 7 here. If you interact with them, but I'm not going to let the player step up them like a normal staircase. There's some issues with that, actually. Oh, no, that was not the answer. So that means, what was the floor that was having a problem? We'll find out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now before I fix up the walls, I just want to see what's going on here with them. Like this. This looks better though. It's like a step that doesn't look quite right. Well, I guess it's because the natural, because they start going up like this. Whatever, it's It's kind of noticeable, but it's not a big deal. This one looks better than the other option does. And the black abyss up there ends up working okay. In fact, even the 8-4 tile high thing ends up looking okay. And yeah, the size doesn't seem too big. The lighting, obviously, this is completely off, but I kind of knew that when I made this, so... Yep, just having fun with that, don't mind me. It's gonna have to be uneven, add stylistic charm, that's what I'm gonna say. It's a stylistic choice, not technical and or lazy choice. Yeah. Go up the stairs. Alright. The rest of this to lay out, so yeah. Tell me all the rest. Alright. We're about to get the first set of rooms to actually interconnect to each other, except for the bathroom, which is a little bit out of the way still, but yeah. Oh, good stretch. Time to set this all up. This is gonna take a little bit of work, I'm not gonna lie. Movie town. This room's also gonna be kind of one of the harder ones to set up because a lot of things need to kind of stay in a position and not turn with the camera up. They're gonna look really weird. Not if you're talking about like in a 3D space. I don't know. I mean, kinda, but there's a jump option, but it's not exactly what you're thinking of. There's like you can, but it's a little weird. Okay. So the TV. I'm gonna mention this right now. One of my plans for the living room, this is kind of the central room, and this room's gonna be kind of uncomfortable and spacious even from the get-go. In fact, in a weird way, the uneven stairs might add to the thing, because this room itself is going to be very weird. So far, the rooms that we made have kind of a nice look to them. This one does not look unnice. It's just kind of spaced unnaturally, and that was kind of the stairs were not part of that plan, but it will weirdly work into it. Television should be down here. I saw myself sailing out to get you. I guess this ends up being the best decision. Let's see what this ends up being like. I'm not meaning to go to full screen. Enjoying the TV there, sir. Yes, yes it is. A very natural view. Don't even question it. Go over here, yeah. I think everyone can agree this is a good distance away from the television. Healthy distance. I'm also trying to think if I should fix the chair and all. It looks fine. It's fine. This room is kind of a weird thing to it. Wait, does this make you face the back of the chair? Yeah, it's the back of the chair. Okay. I mean, for the weirdness factor, this works out okay. Oh, I like home. Let me get the sprite thing in a second. Da, 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 da. It's you that I want. Right there. Put this next to the chair. Yep. Think a little bit more. It's part of the fun, though. I'm gonna use the purple shelves as well and some other things from here just to give it a certain effect. Oh, this is gonna look weird. But hey, I'll be part of the fun. $15's what to go with. And now time for some of the weird stuff involving this. Including this lamp right here. I'll put everything at such... This room is going to be really weird. A few boxes in this room should feel pretty natural, I think. Not, like, obviously not natural, but you know. Fun. I can wait for that. I can wait for another room. I can put the book here. The arm can be for a different room. What is that? I forget what I made that, which means I guess I should check the actual sprite section. Okay, I remember what that is now. Okay. A few things going to be clicking back and forth to remind myself what they are, apparently. Okay, that's that. By the way, kids, do not do what you're about to see here. It's not a good idea to have a vent inside of a room with a carpet, but like a heater, I mean. Why did I say a vent? I guess actually I don't need to put that here. I can literally just... I know this vase works well if I just do the train tag. It's not the fence one, right? I don't believe so. So it should just be one. Okay. I guess an old-timey gramophone can be in this room. That makes sense, right? I think it makes sense. Right there in the middle of something. Not in the middle of per se. I guess I'll put it like here. It's spring. I'll be for another room. This room is full of all sorts of little weird oddities. I do want the chair to face you. The purple chair. Super small CRT. An empty pot instead of a house plant. I'll put that there. Autumn. All right. Click the wrong thing. Lands for the fun of it. Use them all. Okay, that's yarn. Actually, I can't probably put that somewhere here. Let's see. I'll put oddly next to the TV because I have an idea about that. Take this. Also put a bit unreasonably high. 1.2.5 should be fine. Rotation is fine. X position, change this to 0.48. And then Yai. Oh, the last one is called Spring by Uncanny Valleys. Not any of that shit. Check you there. Anything else I want before I move on to the next thing? I guess the little crystal ball is okay. And I can put the love carpet in here too. It's actually also be a good room for this kind of tacky carpet. Morning. Anything else from the sets? I don't think so. The mirror, actually. All right. Before I continue, let's see how this is coming together. I'm gonna put some paintings up in just a second, but honestly, since this room's supposed to look a little bit unnatural, having stuff here might actually look better. That spins as expected. That's there. Does the vent clip through? Yes, it does. So I might push that one a little bit back. The love carpet ends up working. Oh, that needs to not be floating in the air, but you know, just the little mistakes we make along the way. Okay, Sprite. Check some other sprites to go with this as well. Okay. And then the chair faces that way. The glass table is naturally on high. I actually kind of like that for what this room is trying to accomplish. Army of boxes, clock next to the TV. We got the little carpet there. Lamp stuff, chair sitting here next to this. Sometimes I'll miss the little things I used to enjoy. I try to keep my head up. That I do need to fix though, which is easy enough to fix. I know what to do about it. Okay. A few more things I'd like to insert in this room outside of paintings, and the lighting all needs to change, but yeah. Now people said previously that they wanted the lamp to be to the side of the room, or yeah, the stand lamp, but I'm gonna do that differently here. Stretch. Part of the fun, part of the fun. Okay, so I'm going to go back in here. I'm going to fix up the cabinet thing, which I know is having a little bit of issues here. Wait, is part of the reason... That's a thought. That's a thought and a half. So I'm going to get rid of that. For this room, that works. But back for the bathroom... That is because I didn't do this like this, right? Whatever, that works fine for what this room is. In my other room. I hope the supper's nice. Welcome back there, Nepty. It's time for some paintings. There'll be quite a few paintings in this room. I feed you. I need you. Sorry, I need to stop doing that. There needs to be a picture hanging on the wall here. The endless blue. 48 there. How many paintings can I stuff in a room? That's the question. How long can I love you? Okay, so now I'll put you to 84. Moon painting there. Oh my, they're in G. Okay. Let's see how this comes out with a few paintings thrown everywhere in this room. So most players, when they come down the stairs, will either look at this directly, See, this here, there doesn't need to be another painting here, but that can come over time. I also need to change the light in this room, like the hell, but yeah. I like how the clock is like super illuminated by the lamp, for whatever reason. Yeah, this room feels completely natural and nice, and not very, very strange. Yeah. I push that back, and then yeah. Carpet there works out, as does the love carpet there. That's part of the fun. I guess the door can be right there, and then, yeah. I know, but this room has like a particularly kind of odd feeling. No, the bunny won't be in every room watching your moves. Sorry to say. Maybe, actually. Like, I sort of sprung from it, but probably not. But maybe. Probably not. Can I put you into negative z-axis? Actually, I can, but yeah. Alright. Eliu duty. This room doesn't have a roof, so I can just ignore the roof thing. But I can go in here and change the lighting. Now, what lighting would be best for a room like this? For the beginning, before we get into like creepier versions of it. I kind of have an idea. I'm gonna try a very weird lighting scheme, which isn't what I think will work, but I just want to see what happens. This might have some very strange effects. But hey, that's part of the fun. I might make the fog go a little bit further away, but I want there to be kind of a weird blue fog in this room and blue tint to it. I'm gonna look up the stairs. How does that affect me? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna make the fog go further than it currently does. Let's make it like 14 away. See how that ends up happening. Are you guys okay with a blue fog in this room? Or are you like, Ryan, no. With a bluish tint. I can also push the fog further back, by the way. What about the one painting? Which one? I have a few paintings on the wall. Yeah, that one is off the wall. You're right. I almost didn't notice it. Fixed. Fog seems too dense. Okay, I can make it less dense. I can make it a little bit of a more subtle thing. So we'll move the fog back to 12 by 16. Let's see how this has a change on it. Actually, no, I'm going to do one last sort of trick with it. I'll make it 13 by 24. I think this is going to have an interesting effect on the room, but not be too dense. So now this, you guys think this is an okay level of fog to add a little bit of like a wet to it? While not being too much. It's a very unnatural feeling room, I will say that. That's part of the fun. Have more go on as time goes on, which actually makes the staircase end up fitting this room because the staircase is also unnatural. And I purposely don't want a ceiling and the walls to be super tall. So there we go. There's a little bit more that I want to add to this room. I also want this room to be cluttered, but we're getting there. To adore. It's nice and spacious. No, I like it being big like this, where the room feels a little bit. I want this room in particular to feel just strangely, because you're gonna be going through this room a lot. It's the living room. It's connected to the dining room and the kitchen, and the dining room and the kitchen is how you reach the bathroom and a few other rooms. Also, it's the room that connects the first and second floor, and the front hall. So, you're a-okay. Is what it is. I mean the fog, yeah, I mean this light. I could change the color of the lighting. That's an easy way. Make it slightly more of a green thing. Like, let me get the tone color of this. Let's see how this plays out. Ah, so I can make it smaller. That too. Seven. Let's change this to a 2 and see what the result kind of is. Maybe it's the opposite value. No, that's not the opposite value. Alright, so briefly to go through all the rooms that we have so far, also to make sure like they're all still working. And mess something up like I did a little bit last time. Currently, we have got the normal version of the bathroom, which I'll show off in just a second. The bathroom. Bathroom fun. Then we have the hallway, which I'll now show here briefly. The front hallway, entry hallway. Entry hallway. Again, there's no doors yet. We're gonna go to the doors next. Then we have the fake outside, which the player will only ever see from one angle, so I'm just gonna show that angle right now. Front door entrance. which is a fucking lie, but ignore that. Then we have the normal hallway. Again, there's still no doors. There's also little details I'm going to still add to each room as we get further in the game with more sprites available, but yeah. Then we have the bedroom. Bedroom. Yep. Then we have the normal living room. Very, very normal. There's still more details I want to each room, but yeah. What do you guys think so far before we continue on? Well, on, I guess, it's doors. Today's stream is going to probably be pretty short. That's probably partially some tire muscle on work. Also, I'm okay with the book staying up like that. Still much more work to get done, but yeah. Yep, yep. Working as we go. Still much more to do, though. We have 5 of the 12 first versions of the rooms. Well, not done, but coming together. Yeah, the boxes are kind of there for that very purpose. In fact, part of the setup of this game is that the MC... Okay, this is going to sound a little bit weird, but I'm going to try and plant this in. The MC initially seems like they know this place, and they moved here recently and some other things. However, as the game goes on, the MC starts realizing, wait, this isn't my house. And I know it sounds a little bit weird, but I've got an idea to go with that, alright? So there's a definite suggestion that this house was hastily put together to put him in, alright? And he's not allowed to leave the house. Making sense? It's part of the fun. Still more to get done and do, though. I guess doors. Actually, I was thinking, I think I've got a doors set that I can start with as the basis. Not in this folder. I think it's in Feast Your Eyes. Okay. Image, characters. There's a door set I've got somewhere around here. I know it.
Give me my doors. I may.
Yeah, there they are. So, I'll start with these doors, just because I had them already made, and I remembered them when I was thinking about doors. I definitely get the feel from the very normal living room. This is what a human room sort of like, right? Yeah. as it rolls. Okay. You will. I'll say close the bunny for the moment. Let's put this here. And let's get some doors up in here. Yo. What? There's no problem with it. It's very to the point. I'll start off with this room, or this door, because... yeah. Because I can, really. I guess there should also be a closet door, which I have a closet door and close me, actually. I'll get that later, not for now. Lazy.
Doors.
Play sound. Door. The door is sound I use for all my games, which I recorded myself. I wanted to make a staple of my games. Maybe eventually I'll change them around, but yeah. Alright, so because I'm doing it this way, I need to do it this in sort of a weird method. Control self switch A. Wait a couple frames. I guess 8 frames is the right. Yeah. Let's make it 12. Make the self switch there. Turn this to B. Make this an auto run event. Copy this to a B, which then has this open. And then I guess actually keep this, but only keep it for like 4 more frames. And then fade out screen. And then do not control self switch. This should control B, turn it off. A should be turned off first. A turned off, and then B turned off. Transfer the player here to the living room, no, to the hallway, which this is where the door is going to be. Spring. Actually, I guess the room makes more sense to be like at the end of the hallway. In some ways it doesn't make much sense, but in other ways it makes a lot of sense, so. Fade in screen. Okay, I'm going to try and set up these 2 doors first, and if I can get them to work correctly, then the other ones are going to be fine. Alright, rotate you by 90 degrees, making an x-axis thing to -48, z, Should I turn the scale up really, though? I think the scale should just be 1. I accidentally forgot to change that on the other door as well. So go here, turn the scale down. You can just be a 1-to-1 scale. You don't need to be like a larger than life scale. This should actually work perfectly even. So then, technically this is the same, but I'm going to do the light version, which is slightly different. And this should move you to face up in the bedroom here. And now both of you should have this action button below the characters, which I'm actually also going to do here. Turn this below characters, and do that to the hallway version. I know this window is like, or this is off center, but I kind of, both it works because I'm trying to make the house feel a little bit unnatural, but in some more subtle ways outside the living room. But yeah. So let's see how this works out. Alright, I still have the startup point here. So, bedroom. Set starting position of the player. There we go. Accept, yes. Hello, door. You are in fact a door. Interact with you. Where'd the door go? Okay, the door is probably I put into the wrong place is my assumption. Let's see where I would have gotten this wrong. MV 3D shape. It's not the 90-degree aspect. Oh, right, it's the Z axis. Or the Z thing here. I don't remember this now. On this particular floor, I need to get rid of the Z axis because the Z axis gets in the way because this floor is set up weirdly to make the stairs work. Yep, now the door's there. Also, I made it so you can interact it from any angle, but that's okay. And I'll see the email in a second. You guys okay with this for the door opening animation? I even just kind of unintentionally noticed I actually made the door open the right way on both sides of the door. That wasn't intentional, but it's right because the way the door opens is actually correct to the opposite side of the door. That's interesting, but not what it was unintended, but it worked out, I guess. Okay. You know, you have to get a little bit close and blurry for it. Let's see. Let me see what you sent me there, Em. I shall check my email. Checking email. The stovetop looks good to me. What about it do you think you need to change? Let me take a look, because I'm going to have what you're keeping in mind. I might not be observing it, but let's see. It looks good to me, though. It honestly does. Do you have a non-plain plan for it? I don't know what you're thinking of when you say, do you want a plane like that? I mean, stovetops aren't very complex. Now, stoves often do have the timer. I'm going to ignore some aspects of the stove, and I'll do it myself. Or just something simple. I think that works out nicely. Close that for the moment. I'm surprisingly sleepy today, but that's okay. I am going to be able to finish the goals I set out for myself today, though. I kind of knew I was going to be sleepy today. I will be talking about Hollow Bliss after this. Set that there. And I'm going to just basically... No, not save. Export. Not that type of export. Overwrite B. Okay. Let me put doors on the places that we currently have rooms leading to. I won't put doors everywhere where I plan to put doors. I'll just currently do it for areas that interconnect to each other. So like the normal hallway. you have a door here. And the door here should be light. Yeah, okay. And that should have a y-axis. And the negative y-axis thing is actually correct. Not the rotation, though. It doesn't need the rotation. And this should transfer you up to the normal living room. We should have a door here. Yeah, that should be the right place. And then there's another door here, which I'm going to make a different color because it is the front door. And I guess the different color makes a difference. And I will make this right there. And then you open the slightly different color door, a slightly different color. And then with that, it will transfer you to the fake outside. Now this one doesn't have a door because there'll be a different method to do this, so yeah. And that's all still below, even with all my changes. Yeah, okay. Normal bathroom doesn't connect to anything yet. I need to interconnect the staircase and the hallway at some point. Let me try the living room, living room, the entry hallway, and the front area. And then, yeah. Right, I still have this place open. Alright. Well, that works out for me. Then I need to make this, create the starting position of the player. Yes. Voila, here. Gonna ignore the two places that we have doors coming up. Oh, this is why I test things. Alright, I did not put a door in here. I'm silly. I'm a silly goose. Alright, go to this. And in here, put a door there. Except I'm gonna, actually, I think I could just copy and paste the door I've got in the bedroom. And it will literally just work. Like, I need to change the location, obviously, but I've got the actual rest of it still set the same. Put that there. I've also been forgetting to change the direction the player faces. That's something which I forgot, which I will now do retroactively. This needs to make the player face down. And in here, well, this stuff is already set up because that was how it was. It's these two doors. You want the player to be facing down. And you up here want the player to be facing up. I don't know why I selected that again, but yeah, so you already got it up, so that's fine. Now let's see how this plays out. Walking through totally normal living room. I like that that's off adjacent. Entering to this room. Seeing this door, but going back, and there's the door that we came from. Voila, voila. It all works. A-okay. First look we see in here. First look in there. And now this one. Except I'm going to make this a white transfer. You don't know what that means, but there's a white light and a black light sort of thing, and I'll make it a white light transfer to the outside, because it makes sense that it is, because it's to the outside. I wonder how that'll look, because the screen, like, fades out to whatever, though. Okay. Now go back and do a science experiment with that. For science! Actually, that works nicely. And there we go with this. Alright. Stretch out. And now, my slight tiredness of today does catch up. And I'd be like, yeah, I only worked on my projects today for like 3 hours. That's me discounting a little bit of our discussion at the front. But I'm still going to work, not work, but discuss a little bit. Run to the street. Okay, you want me to run the street? It's not going to look good. In fact, it's going to look really, really bad because purposefully the player is supposed to never see it. But I'll do it quickly just for you, Colin. Run through all that. Hello, you. I'm going through your door. Aha! No one can stop me from running into my streets. Ignore the fact that I purposely planted trees in the streets because the player will never know. It's the edge of the world. Ha 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 ha. Those. Perfect. Look at my house. Very well constructed, as you can see. I'm gonna like hi, ma'am. But the only view the player will ever see. We're short because we're short. That's why. Ba, 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 ba. You know what? I can actually probably make a Steam page for the game if I can get a banner art thing. I'm going to take some screenshots just so I can use them as Steam screenshots a little bit later. So, not that. I probably have enough done of the game that I have enough to make screenshots. Because the thing is, Steam takes like 2 weeks to approve. Well, no, it's more like 3 weeks, and that's assuming that nothing goes wrong. And the process will take a little bit because I'm also going to probably take a little bit to write in. I don't have an art piece for it, so it'll probably take a little bit longer. And I'd like to get this game released. Yeah, so if I want to get the Steam page up, I already know the Steam release is not going to be in June. I'm going to try and release on itch.io and some other places first, but Steam release at the earliest will be somewhere in July, hopefully early July, but yeah. It's not the biggest deal, actually. In fact, for the Steam release, I should wait till after the summer sale. Or, yeah, after the summer sale. Or maybe during. Who knows? I could try the experiment with this and see how it does if it releases during the summer sale. I guess for you, take this picture. I'm going to do it in MS Paint just because I can, I guess. It'd actually be a little bit easier in Paint to do this next part than it would be in GIMP at the moment, so. Because of all I have open is the main reason. Well, there is one aspect that'd be easier. Yeah, okay, so now that I remember that aspect, then what I should actually do is go through GIMP, close all the stuff I currently have open just to make this process a little bit easier. Close this. I'm also going to make sure everything's saved, though. Sometimes games do well when they're released during the sale, but other times not so good. I haven't ever tried it. It's a little bit of a risky maneuver in some ways, but yeah. Did I have this open twice, or was I just looking at the stove? Hopefully I'm not ruining something without realizing it. Override there. Discard that. We did not change this piece of art. I know we did not. So then we copy and paste this, and there's my whole desktop. Let's go over here. At 200%, make sure I get the resolution of the game correctly. Okay, Bob. If that is your real name. 400, I can move this up by 1. But you're fine there. And I understand, Colin. That is actually a good point, so. Alright, so take this. Wait, why did it feather the edges? No, do not feather the edges. Just cut it out. Alright. Export as Kokoro Love Sick. I'll put this in here. Uwu 1. Alright, so that's one in-game screenshot. I'm going to take a screenshot of all the rooms that we have so far. And that also is a non-spoilery way to show off the game, but shows off enough interesting things. Ironically and funnily enough. So now let me find the best shot I can take currently of this version of the living room. The one that looks the most appealing. Not that. You mean like you're talking about like on the screen? Theoretically, yes, but there's no reason to. And it would be way too much effort for something that this game literally does not need. Every choice that you make in game development has a amount of work that's going to be needed to make that thing function. And you have to sort of start spacing out what... in fact, I'm going to keep the living room a surprise. The house is very small, though. It's literally only 12 rooms. Yep, this table is purposefully a little bit... very large. I guess let's take a picture of the bathroom next. For the player... Alright. What is the most appealing angle of the bathroom? That, maybe, actually. But I kind of like that angle. I'm going to need some opinions on, yeah, I know 12 rooms is bigger. Well, okay, it's not bigger than the house I'm currently in, but this is an old house. How many rooms are in this house? I'm going to include the basement and the attic, though I've actually never been into the attic. The attic's been sealed off since we moved here. So I'm going to include the entry hallway as a room, because that is a room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And I think it's 15 rooms. Wait. No, I missed a room. Let me recount just to make sure, though. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, it's 16 rooms. This room is 16 rooms big. Good, Sophie. What type of message are you trying to send there? The toilet does look better if it's from, like, this angle from here, though. The bathroom, what is the best shot? That is not the best shot, I don't think. There's not really a possible way to get a shot of this and that. I guess that's the closest way you could do it. It's not quite right. Actually, yeah. That's the way to catch all that into that single shot. So this is one potential shot I'm thinking. This is another potential shot. Between these two shots, this is a better shot. You got this as a shot. You have this as a shot. What shot? There will be secrets in this game, don't worry. I already have some ideas for that. Keep in mind, it's really easy to say this should be in the game, but every decision in game development adds. You need to pick and choose your battles, and every game doesn't need any feature. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I prefer games that do not have a mini map. Anyways, mini map is a HUD element, and HUD elements detract from horror experiences and atmosphere. And like, if this game had a labyrinth of a place to explore, it would make some sense. But it's a 12-room house. Players will figure out the layout of the room very quickly, or the layout of the place very quickly. The door in the bathroom isn't very tall. That's my mind. You know what? That is true, because there's supposed to be a door here. If I take a picture of here, this should have a door, because there's supposed to be a door there in the game. But if I take a picture of something that doesn't need the door, then yeah. I hope the drawing tablet idea goes well. What is the best shot of the bathroom? It's a little bit hard to say, really. I don't think it's the shot of this. That's a little bit boring. The most interesting shots. You know what? The idea, this shot is actually maybe the most interesting shot. It doesn't show very much, but I think it's the most interesting one. Do you guys agree or disagree? I think it's got the best composition. If I take a step back, maybe that makes it look creepier. I don't want it to really look creepy too much. I don't know why, but I kind of like this shot as well, but it's because it kind of has a clean look to it. But I think the two best shots here is this one. And this is just personal bias. It's probably not actually a very good picture, but I kind of like the plain, clean look of this one. However, though, I do think this is the best shot available in the bathroom. Any disagreements? Yeah, she can walk around and move. It's just we haven't coded her to do anything right now. She does have a walking animation, and it's easy enough to move her. Alright. I'll also get my mouse out of the way. Actually, funnily enough, since I've got the right resolution here, I can probably just range the window here and get it right. Hey there, Steven. Just to make sure. Alright, you're probably the best shot of this place. Export as uwu 2. Uwu the second strikes back. It's going well. Taking pictures for the game for a Steam page submission. That will not happen tonight, but getting it done while I'm here. I'm feeling happy and good. A little bit tired, but good overall. I'm probably going to go for a $3 price tag once everything is said and done. There's going to be a little bit more to the game than what's there. My prediction is it will be a game that will probably not be too long in one way, but long in other ways, due to how that was like the most non-answer I could have given, but yeah. Also, I'm going to tell you right now, there's an army of people that keep on telling me to not devalue my games. Trust me when I say that. That's not me picking that up. Because every single time they try and tell me to sell it for more, I always go for less. A devaluation. Okay. So, alright. Let me let you in on something about business. So, business, there's a continual movement of the worth of something. Now, worth, the thing is, money in reality is worthless. So, like, money is just paper. You literally can do nothing with it. Money serves no real value. The reason why we give money value is because it's an easy, cheap, affordable way to give people a sum to represent something. So money in society only has value because we give it value. In practical sense, like if the world like collapsed and society collapsed, money is worthless because it doesn't actually do anything. What money is worth is because we use it as a currency. Now, similarly, because money isn't like it's real because we all treat it like it's real, and societally we enforce that it's real, but it's actually a fake thing because, well, it's not fake. Money is a physically real thing, but I think you get what I'm trying to say. Yeah. I'm literally making a 3D game right now. Hey, I know it's using 2D sprites. If you mean like a deeper 3D game, yes. If we're talking about a AAA game, probably not. Those have large teams and those have teams of like hundreds of people and take years for a reason. Probably not. I mean, unless I got some talented artists that don't mind working with me. Yeah, I mean, Hollow Bliss is another thing, which is a little bit. We'll get to that when we get to that. You're not making me answer my first question. So for devaluation, because money is literally a societal construct, it's not. That's not like a conspiracy thing. It's literally what it is. Technically, the value of objects is completely made up by society too, but there's a reason. It serves a purpose. So technically, like a long time ago, let's pretend that we're cavemen and we're all stupid or whatever. People have to prove their value to something in order to get something. Like, let's say you approach a person in caveman ages and they have food, you don't have food, and you want their food. Now, let's say that we don't fight to the death for it, like a lot of animals do in actual, stuff. Let's say instead of fighting, I want to give you something in exchange for that food. So with that in mind, the food doesn't actually have a price except what the person wants to give and what the person will accept in exchange for that food. The reason for that is just a simple thing that basically the food has a value to both parties involved. One person wants to receive the food, another person, if they want to give the food, wants something in return for the food. And so now the food needs to have a value, and the value is decided by the two people that are making the exchange. Making sense so far? It could be acorn. It could literally be anything. So devaluation, with everything I'm talking about here, is basically devaluing the worth of something. If you undersell yourself, like let's say the person giving the food undersells the food and gets something that's significantly worse than the food for the food that he's giving, because food's for survival and yada yada. Because money and value are both things that are a societal, I don't want to use the word construct again, that's basically what it is. There's a real issue at the moment of game devaluation. The reason for this is because there's a lot of developers that try to undercut each other. And one thing as a developer, which I personally try to take in mind, I don't sell my games for very expensive. Most of my games cost somewhere between $1 to $5. But, and someone would argue, and I know some people are like, Ryan, some people argue to me that I undersell my games a lot, like Red Haze, and a lot of people are like, Ryan, I would have paid $10 for that game, and you sold it initially for $2. And I did initially double the price when more content was added, so now it's at $4. But at the same time, because Red Haze ended up being like a $12 game, I know for a lot of people it's one of their favorite games of mine, but yeah. A devaluation means that you devalue your product, what you're trying to sell. So, like, if I sell this game for $1, well, that's more affordable to the customer. That means I get less out of the exchange. And that's me devaluing my own work. Does that make sense? My explanation of what devaluation is? And if I sell it for less, then people will put that as the price point of what it's worth. If that makes sense. Exactly. And that's what I was trying to say. So I've had some people argue with that. And then Nepti, I understand. I get the sense, Nepti, you're probably pretty young. Because I will say one thing which is very true, and I think anyone who's turned into an adult can agree with this, your perception of money changes a lot from when you're a kid to an adult. I think literally anyone here who has become a kid to an adult knows exactly what I mean. So, yeah. rolls as it goes. Oh my. It's supposed to be a polite comment, but it is what it is, so. And I understand that kids usually don't have a lot of money, because, they don't. There's some kids that do, but most kids do not have a lot of money. Mm-hmm. It is the process. $3 is what I'm going for. I do hope. One of the things I do like to do is I like to make my games feel like they're worth the price and have more in it than people are expecting. That's one of my consistent things. There are a few exceptions to that, like my. Okay, so on one hand, people who are used to my games, My Hole's a Mouth of Dirt is shorter than my normal games. It's my shortest game outside of like Cutie Patootie and stuff like that. So I understand that angle of it. But then I also know there's people that My Hole was a Mouth of Dirt was the first game of mine that they've ever played. I've watched the streams of everybody who's played it so far and videos and etc. And those people that have never played my games before, all of them say the same thing, that the game ended up being longer than they thought it was going to be. I think partially because a lot of free games on Steam are pretty short. But the other side of it is also that I purposefully made the store page only show the very beginning of the game. Like literally everything in the store page is from the first 10 minutes of the game. And so people think, oh, that's probably the scope of the whole entire game. They're showing everything they got. But then really, most of the game is not shown on the store page. So, is what it is, what it is. So they're just surprised it goes on for longer than the store page presented itself as a free game. Yep, I'm going to talk about that. I just got into a discussion about devaluation and length and all that fun stuff, which is interesting. But all the same, stretch out my limbs. I can see your comments, Steven. I've been responding, except some things. Well, yeah, Ludum Dare games are more short, but Ludum Dare. People expect Ludum Dare games to be short. Those are games made literally in 2 days. There's only so much you can do in a span of 2 days. That's part of the fun of Ludum Dare. Some people, sure. But, see, here's the thing. Some people are just cheap. Let's get that out of the way. Before I talk about the general group, you have to make the acceptance that some people are just money pinching and cheap. And you're never going to be able to convince them one way or the other. That's just how they are. So, and there's also people that are all for piracy and stealing and etc. So, before I continue this discussion, keep in mind there's a party of people that you will never be able to please if you charge any money for it. We're talking about devaluation and price stuff at the moment there, Em. Not specifically for the games, just someone asked a question and we've been sort of going from a discussion from that. So before I continue with that, just keep in mind there's always going to be people that are cheap or people that think any price is too much. So I'm going to ignore the audience. I'm going to bring them up because they are part of this discussion. But just keep in mind that there are people that are like that. There are definitely people that have that sort of mentality, and you will never be able to convince them otherwise. They have a sort of distorted view of worth. All right, so moving up from that there are people that will, of course, not buy the game because it's an RPG Maker game. But then the opposite's also true. There are people that will buy the game because it's RPG Maker. I'm among those audiences. I am a fan of RPG Maker horror games. So if there's an RPG Maker horror game, the fact that it's an RPG Maker horror game interests me more. So while there are people that will be disinterested, like, oh, it's made in RPG Maker, there'll be other people that are like, huh, it's made in RPG Maker. Does that make sense? And they kind of offset each other. Ultimately, I'm never trying to make a game that appeals to every type of person. You have to sort of figure out your niche and what you're making and who it might appeal to. I will also say this, the game I'm making right now, it's going to be one of the first games of its kind. Like, I think more people are going to probably first think I made this game in Game Maker because Game Maker kind of has a pixely style like this. I'm going to say 3 things that this game has an advantage for immediately before I continue talking about this. So, not to pat myself too heavily on the back here. And this isn't just my effort. Like, in this... Okay. In the screenshot that we see on the screen right here, only 3 elements, or technically 4 elements of this are made by me. The sprite that you see over here, the one to the left, that was made by Cyber. Cyber was the creator of that sprite. The shower curtain you see in front of you, that was made by M. The shower bottles right there, that was made by Rinks. So literally these 3 sprites are made by 3 different people. So let me get that out of the way first. But then the floor and the walls and the ceiling and the little drain pipe at the very bottom were all made by me. The lighting was made by me. The layout was made by me. Oh, shawl. Shawl? Oh, yeah, she's wearing a shawl there. It's a shawl. Rolls as it go. Oh my, they're teaching. Oh my, Steven. I might upgrade to 1080p as opposed to 720p, but I'm not going to 4K videos quite yet. But anyways, so the reason why I'm saying this, firstly, there's not, just to pat myself on the back, to my knowledge, there is not yet a released 3D RPG Maker game like what I'm about to release. In fact, I don't think most people even know if I don't tell them this is an RPG Maker game, because it doesn't look like one. Now, that doesn't mean this game is cutting edge, because I'm sure some people, I can already tell that some people are going to complain about how this game controls. I've made it as good as I can for the time provided. Theoretically, if I spend a lot of time, I could code in a more natural and fluid feeling thing, except there's 2 limitations here. One, the mouse is never going to work with this. Maybe in some way it could work, but that is beyond my capabilities. Making the movement a little bit more fluid I could do, but that would take a long time, and that would also make the game itself take a lot longer to code, because if you break RPG Maker's tile movement, you start having to do things very roundabout, more complicated ways. So, yeah. But, going from there, to my knowledge, there's not another RPG Maker game that looks like this game. Not even just the aesthetic style, but, you know, have you guys played a 3D RPG Maker game that has as much depth as what this game has? There are other 3D RPG Maker games, I'm aware of a couple, but I don't think that there's any that go into the depths of systems as this one. I think this one's going to be the first one of its kind. That makes sense? And if I'm wrong, someone correct me, but I believe I'm right about this. Not really. Like, Red Haze kind of has this, but yeah. It's not as in-depth as this is there. And I'm either, Steven. The follow-up to that is, personally, the comparison a lot of people are going to make is to things like Doom and I'm Scared and other sort of pixely 3D, because it kind of looks like that. Like, not exactly, but it looks similar. It's comparable. And there's some limitations this has to Game Maker, which is what I'm Scared and most of the pixely horror games are made in. But there's one advantage this game has, which I can personally say, and this is not due to my own efforts. This is due to all the people that have been helping out, because you guys are all fucking fantastic. But the sprite work is now, we are missing 3D models, mostly. And technically, this engine can support .obj format. I'll have to fiddle around with that, but I don't have 3D modeling experience, so yeah. I'm Scared was made in Game Maker. Most pixely 3D horror games, well, some of the more the recent PS1 trend is all made in Unity. But I'm talking about like the older pixely 3D horror games. You know what I'm talking about? Like the I'm Scared, the Judith, the other things that also all kind of have a similar aesthetic. I think you guys know what I'm talking about if you're into the horror indie scene. It was in the early 2010s. That was all made in Game Maker. The recent PS1 trend is Unity, and what I'm making here is in RPG Maker, but it looks closer to the Game Maker style, but it's a little bit crisper, which has some pros and cons. So the other thing is, frankly speaking, your guys' sprite work is better than the standard. If I'm going to be honest, I have not played a pixely 3D horror game. I've played other games in Unity, but not of this style, which kind of have a better aesthetic than this, or better sprite work than this. But I think that we have a higher standard for that. Steven, I know you're throwing a lot of jokes in here, but yeah. Of course it doesn't. I wanted to teasingly say, of course it does, but, you know, it doesn't. You guys are doing great, honestly. This game would not look as good as it's looking if it wasn't for everybody's contributions towards this. I can tell you that right now. My sprite work has improved, and I can proudly say that. My actual sprite work ability has improved tremendously over the last half a year. But, frankly speaking, most people here are better sprite editors than I am. Like, literally. Petscop's not a real game, and yeah. That's simulating the PS1 style. I don't really consider the style that we're looking at right now a PS1 style, but I mean, maybe some do. I don't know. Could I make a game for the PS1 Game Jam? Honestly, I think this is... For this hallway, do you guys think this is a better screenshot? That one actually might be the better screenshot. Or this is the better screenshot. Yeah, now that I've seen them back to back, I'm pretty sure this is the better screenshot. Anyone disagree with my assessment? This maybe if I move one over, will that make it? Yeah. Anyone disagree? This is the better screenshot of this room. I think it looks a little bit better if I angle myself like this. But I think this is the best screenshot I'm probably going to get into this room. I do not catch the shoe shelves, but whatever. I think this is the best one. Da, 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 da. I thought it looked better when I was next to the wall and we had a little bit more wall in the shot. Okay. I'm either, Steven. Export as 3. Then I get done with the screenshot taking so I can move on to Hall of Bliss talk. Hall of Bliss is going to use kind of a similar engine to what you guys are seeing here, but instead of the game playing from first person, it'll be third person. And frankly, the engine works better with third person than first person. The reasoning is that from first person you see everything up close, but also from third person I can control the camera, which means that you don't see the weirdness of the 2D sprites moving, that like you have to view them from whatever angle. Hopefully I'm making some sense with that. But the issue partially here is because of how we're making the game, the player is able to see it from whatever angle. I do want to design this game in this method as opposed to making it third person. I've already decided that. It works better for what this personal project is aiming for. But I'm probably with this engine, I'm mostly going to make third person or non-first person things. Just this particular first project will be. So, yay. Alright, so the next shot... should I get a shot from the living room? I'm not sure if the living room is the best presentable location, but maybe it is. It does have a weird atmosphere. I will give it that. But I don't think it's the best first impression. I think it makes more sense in context of the game when you can move around than not. Okay, so it says starting position for the player here. And I only need 5 screenshots, so... New game. Does it look better from this angle? Yes, it does, because how the clock is positioned. I think this is the best shot I'm going to get of this hallway, but maybe I'm wrong. I want to catch the windows, but then also I want to catch the clock. And the only way that's going to work is if I go from this direction or that direction, though the specific positioning makes a difference. I don't think any of the shots have been particularly that eerie so far. From this direction, I think this is the best shot. And from this direction, I think this is the best shot. Going here. That's just a good shot by itself. That's actually a really good shot just by itself. I might just keep it to shots of this particular room because there's two good screenshots I can take here. So I think I can deal. I think I know how I'm going to do it. Technically, Please Love My Computer Game, Red Haze, and Found Horror Game 11.x have 3D sections. They're not wholly 3D games. This will be my first wholly 3D game I've released, yes. But it's not my first time dabbling in 3D. I've also been practicing with this particular system for like the last couple months, so that's just a good picture. I think you all will agree with me that is a good picture. Export there. And honestly, probably just to keep the cover alive, I can take like 2 pictures of this room that are very different from each other, as like with the aesthetic there, and then yeah, those are 2 different pictures of the same room, and they both show different things, and I think they'll both get the point across. Did I even like position that correctly? Okay. Has Bun Bun. That is true. It does have Bun Bun. And there we go. I've got 5 pictures of the game to show off. So, let me ask this question here before anything else. These are probably going to all... Let me open this with photos. Are you guys okay with these 5 photos and you think they don't give off the game's facade by itself? They're not going to be in this order. There's this picture. There's this picture. There's this picture. This picture. And this picture. You guys think these are okay 5 screenshots of the game? And they will not be appearing exactly in this order. I'll mix them up a little bit. But I think these are 5 good pictures to keep the facade up. Bunny, 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 bunny. At one point, yes. There's going to be a few different points in the game. Oh, sure, moving around the house for different things. We're trying not to present the horror. In fact, Nefty, I remember what you said a few days ago. You asked me specifically not to show too much of the game to give off the impression it was horror on the store page. Da 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 da. Yee. A little bit of inspiration, so yeah. I mean, obviously, we talked about it. The horror will take a little bit to get to because we have to first get through phase 1, and part of it is we're not going to drop the facade for a while, though there'll be some suspicions and stuff happening beforehand. We also want to go in a different direction than I think they might expect. In fact, I'm also going to do some trickery to make some parts of the house not visible for a while. I've got ideas of, for example, that we won't see the dark hallway or the weird living room for a while. I'm going to use jump cuts to my advantage. Da, 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 da. But it is what it is. I'm kind of I'm gonna try and give this game a day system. And on the first day, the player only stays in the room, which so far I think is the coziest room in the game. And so the first day will just be that. The second day, the doorbell rings and they go to answer the door, but I'm going to just sort of jump to the 3 rooms that the Sophie will be in on the first day, which is your bedroom, the front hall room, and the outside room. And I think I'm also going to make it the kitchen, and the kitchen's going to be pretty homely. So, yeah. There will not be not like LSD there. But yeah. A lot of games have some form of day system, though. Okay. Discard that. And roll as it goes. It's part of the fun. Now I have 5 screenshots for when I want to make the store page. I still do need the art stuff for it, but that's okay. Bunny. I believe so. I'm not in Washington. Keep that in mind. My sister is, though. Is what it is. All right. Unfortunately, people thinking it's a hoax is not surprising. Here's something that's true. Unless people see something for their own eyes, they don't believe in it. And unfortunately, a virus is kind of invisible. They can see the effects of a virus, but if it doesn't immediately affect them, they'll choose to stay ignorant. There's a bigger problem, yes, of dealing with what I guess it can only be called stupid people here, but it's worrying, though. It is. There's a lot of people that have the mentality, oh, it won't affect me. I'll be fine. It couldn't happen to me. Art stuff. Alright. Let's think. For the Steam page, for the game in general? For the game in general, I'll speak that for a second. Oh, hey, we were talking about COVID for a second, and now we're talking about art assets. I took some screenshots of the game for a potential Steam page, and now I'm just thinking, what task for NG for art stuff? So, the rooms that we have coming up, I guess I'm going to open up the map again. Map fun. I should just make Pets Comp at some point. Not right now, obviously, I'm making this game, but yeah. I could. I liked what you did. You guys are all so hard. You guys, if you guys are all bad artists, I have no idea what that makes me. I think you're all more talented. I'm not even just saying this in the way like, oh, you're all so much more talented than I am. I legitimately mean, I think if we were all going to put our art side to side to try and sell, you guys would do better. I will say this. I do think I've got a decent eye for character design and whatever, but I don't think my actual artistic ability matches up here. So, yeah. No, there's Steven. I know, everyone believes they've got plot armor, basically. My delay. My. So, technically we need some more stuff for the living room, but at the very second, I don't know. My. Well, I mean, spry it for yourself. Enjoy it for yourself. That's the spirit. We have mystery room. This room, I guess technically my grandmother's house wasn't exactly in the living room, but there was like a washing room that was pretty close to the living room. It was like a hall down. We do need a laundry room. So regardless of where they are on the map, we currently have 5 out of the 12 rooms in this house done. Not like finished, they're still going to be touched up and updated and more stuff added to them, and etc. Like the living room needs a little bit more work, especially at the moment, and I need to put doors in other places. But you get what I mean. They're there, and they're mostly there. The rooms, the 7 normal rooms that we have left to go through, though we do need some more sprites to make some of them even happen. Like the laundry room, we currently don't have anything for the laundry room, so we can't make it. We don't have the washer, we don't have the dryer, we don't have... But then, I know that Grayson said that he was going to be on it, so... Ew, with all that fun. Wow. So we have the laundry room, we have the dining room, we have the kitchen, we have the closet, we have the second bedroom, and then we have the 2... I don't know what they are, but they're rooms. Da, 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 da. Is what it is. So, I guess if you can think of things to sprite for a laundry room, for the kitchen, for the dining room, for the closet, for a second bedroom, or for... Ignore the 2 hidden rooms. I might, in the end, remove the 2 hidden rooms if they don't make sense. Then we just have 10 rooms. It depends if I can think of some good ideas for them. And maybe they'll only appear in the Silent Hill version of the place, which will have a very different aesthetic anyways. So, yeah. We'll get to that when we get to that. It's weird to think that the Sony event's getting closer and closer. Huh. A study is a good choice, actually, and I'm happy you said that. Study/office. That is a good idea, Colin. I'm happy you said a lot of houses do have it. Even this house. Why did I not think of that when this house literally has a room like that? That we, of course, made into a study. So I guess there's going to be at least 11 rooms, because the study makes sense. And also with that decided, I think it makes sense that this room is the study room, and this room is the laundry room. It might not end up being as big as... I might make this room a lot smaller than I have it pictured here. Like, this doesn't need to be to scale or anything. The last room is going to be like a hidden room, I guess. I kind of know what I want the last room to be. Okay, I think I figured it out. But here's what I'm thinking. I'm going to move this closet to here, and I want to make it into like a closet, like a walk-in closet that links the 2 bedrooms. Does that make sense? It's locked from the beginning of the game, but eventually you get to unlock it into this other bedroom. And yeah. I think that might be an interesting little idea. And I'm going to make what this was supposed to be a closet into another room here, which is what I need to decide. Or maybe I just won't make it. Maybe this room has 11 rooms, and that's enough for what we need. $11 rooms is fine. Is there any other... I'm trying to think. So we're not going to have a basement. We're not going to have an attic. The study makes sense. We have a bathroom. Technically, most 2-story floors have 2 bathrooms, but I think we only need 1 bathroom, honestly. 1 bathroom is believable enough. Anyways, we have 2 bedrooms, kitchen. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Maybe 1, like, hidden altar room or whatever the fuck, but... Okay, I do have a room, but yeah, storage closet. Maybe not a bad idea. Okay, yeah, so... The only problem with a storage room is that we need to spread a lot of random things to put into storage. So there's that. But maybe that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, alright, so I've got some ideas for 12 rooms. I think we're going to stick to... 12 rooms sounds like the right number of rooms for this game. I think that we have enough ideas for them. I'll make it into a storage room or some sort of creepy room. You won't go into it for a while. Beehive Shrine. But it is what it is. Currently, we have 5 of the 7 rooms done. If I had to scale the rooms by difficulty, the walk-in closet, it'll be easy once we get some more. I guess if we're going to make a walk-in closet, we need more things for a closet. So, like, we need more hangers holding clothes on them. Does anyone mind spreading hangers holding clothes for the closet? I don't need them on like a pole or something. I can like manually add them to a pole I can make, so. I can also make the closet style door and yeah. Just thinking about things. We have a second bedroom. We'll figure out the second bedroom needs eventually. The kitchen needs things, but I know that M's already spraying some stuff for it. And there'll probably be other stuff for it as well. The study needs some stuff. I need to make some of the bookshelves work a little bit more functionably. But we do have a table that would kind of work with it. Anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself. That's A-okay to die too. There's also stuff I need to spray. I'm being lazy to spray today. I could go spray it in, but yeah. That's okay. I'm a little tired tonight myself, as it were. I'm just thinking about things. How big for the jacket clothes, you mean? I think they don't need to be too big, because comparatively to the character sizes, if the clothes were too big, that would look a little bit weird. So I think really they just need to be like the sprites in RPG Maker. It seems like you already knew this, NG, but a tile in RPG Maker is 48 by 48 tiles. The character Sophie is about 60 pixels high. So yeah. Colin, trust me, I got this job right now. Right now I'm a little bit tired tonight, so I'm like, sometimes I'm really in the mood to spray and I can just go. Tonight is not that night. Yeah. To go with that, I guess 48 pixels tall with the hanger included, because the characters aren't really that tall. Ryan, email. Okay, I'll see what you have made. I'm assuming it is the stove front. Emma, you're doing fantastic work. I'll get the stove front ready too, because I know what I want to do with it. I'll show it off in just a second. Here is Emily's stove front, which also means I need to reopen. File open recent. B. Show grid. Go to the stove top.
That shall be good.
And then
Take this.
Where did I post it? There we go. That is a sign I am tired. Holy hell. Moving a bit here. No, wait, no, I'm not tired. Okay, well, I can fix that, thankfully. Oh, wait. What am I doing? How do I even reopen this? I froze GIMP. I broke GIMP. Oh, no. I can just close it and relaunch it. Yeah, I actually did just crash GIMP. That's okay. It happens sometimes. That's okay. So, a lot of people function differently than I do. So my answer is not a fit-all answer. Most people design music or try and find music to fit to a scene. Now, this project's a little bit different than usual, though I did make all the music first. So, I generally design the music first and then fit the scene to fit the music. I like mood pieces, and music adds a lot to mood, so I literally cannot press anything. I'm just going to have to control or task manager close this. Sorry, GIMP, you have to go. So it kind of depends. I guess I just use. This answer is gonna suck, but it's the truth for me at least. I use intuition. I just feel out the scene, and I feel if it feels right. I know that's not a very good answer for what you're looking for, but it's the truth of how I function. So I guess I just feel the scene, and also that's why I design games kind of linearly, and I usually do the music first. Because I try to think about the mood I want the game to convey, so I compose the music first. And then I don't retroactively fit the scenes, but then I have like a better idea in my head of the feel I'm trying to go for. And from there, then I just kind of design and think about what's the sort of experience that is conveying. Apparently I'm really tired tonight. I'm basing this off my vision. And I'll take the thing ME. What? That's called ME. Hi, fit this into here. And voila. Hello there, heroine. Let's export that there. Alright. Take a look at our good old room just for a second before I be like, that's fine, that's dandy. Ignore the dark spooky hallway right behind us. We're gonna turn through here and just enjoy ourselves a little bit. Hi, bunny. The bunny is happy. I'm surprised they pop up and you recommend it. Yeah, we're just kind of developing slowly but surely to get things all set up. Alright, so house is looking fine, this room's looking fine. On to the next. Peekaboo, ignoring all of you. Bunny, bunny. If one can look down the stairs. Because that's how the stairs look like from different angles. I guess I'll end off with the bathroom before we go on to the next thing, but yeah. Make a player here. Alright. Well, what do you think, Eldridge? Alright, set this up. Hey girl, how's it hanging? In the bathroom. Not great, I figure. Since I can no-clip, I'm going to no-clip through you. I should make something in here eventually. Get me back in there. Okay. Ew. Alright. A lot of work still to get done, but hey. Set that up there, and Jai. Well, technically, Daichi, if you're going to say this, the player model is currently also Sophie, so don't trust anyone, not even yourself. I thought they didn't have pets. We decided to have a bunny. Em made a lovely little bunny for us, so we are using it. The fake outside still looks fine. We got the 5 screenshots decided. Alright, that's probably enough for this today. We got the goals that we set out to do today finished, so that's good. I guess we're going to talk about Hollow Bliss a little bit. Hollow Bliss fun. So Hollow Bliss, I want to be in this 3D engine, but not using the first-person perspective, using the more typical kind of RPG Maker-esque perspective. Except, of course, in 3D. And I wanted to make it an Eve-inspired game. So at some point, I've been debating with myself on this. I'm not going to start with Hollow Bliss at the moment because, working on this, and I want to get this done before too long. Even if it ends up like being a July thing, that's okay. But I guess I've been debating with myself. I want to do Hollow Bliss like an episodic game, and part of me doesn't want to spoil the experience. But I also think it might be fun to stream and get some help. I probably will need some help on the project. So maybe I should make it more of a streaming thing, even if I take a little bit more of a hands-on approach with it. I might not stream every part of the game. So I've been debating on that for myself, and I'm wondering if I should explain my current idea for Hollow Bliss or what. Currently, for development of Hollow Bliss, there's stuff I have slightly done, but not in like a playable game form at the moment. There's a lot of missed bits and pieces I have done mainly. And I have sort of the outline. I've worked very hard and longer than you might expect on the blueprint of the game. Really, it's just the process of starting to design it. I actually don't think development should take too long, partially because of how I'm designing it. I'm taking the page out of the RPG Maker Eve game. I decided that it was going to be my project, because I've actually never made a, I guess you can call it, classic style RPG Maker horror game, and I voted a poll previously, and people wanted Eve. So I'm like, okay. You know, the thing is, at this point in my development career, I could easily make an Eve-like game, like easily. And if I wanted to make it even super easier on myself, I could just make it a 2D game, and people would probably like it. I could probably make a good game from that. But being me, I have to be Mr. Complicated over here, and I'm thinking, well, who just wants to make Eve again? Let's go for something a little bit different. I've got a long-standing story idea. Oh, and since I've been practicing with that 3D engine, I can make it in 3D, and that might be kind of cool. I think the aesthetic will work very well with that. I know, Eve's fantastic. I do have some character designs. Unfortunately, I can't access them right now. I guess I could go upstairs to my room and get them, but that would take that would take effort. So, you know. I did get the music. So, the soundtrack of this project is already finished. It's about 60% non-original, which is fine. Like, the original Eve soundtrack is not original, but then 40% original because I could. And I've been debating if I should stream the process. Do you guys mind if I pitch the concept to you for a second? Because I am debating with myself. Now, this pitch, unfortunately, is not going to include art. I did have some art of the characters and some other stuff on hand, but apparently I need to ask Rinks to get access to the Google Drive again. That, or I go upstairs and I take the files I have up there into here. But in the meantime, it's just going to be mainly me explaining and music. Just for a little bit. And then seeing if you guys are like, yeah, Ryan, or nay. Nay. It's up to you, though. I could wait until I get the art pieces. Isolate and this are the same project, They just kind of intertwined into each other. Alright. Let me move this to the side and I'll give a hopefully decent explanation.
Do it. Do it, Ryan.
Firstly, I want to say this. I think I found a fantastic... There's a musician I adore who does not get enough love, who I'm happy... And I've talked to them before. They're completely okay with me using all their music for this. And with the mixture of the original music and their stuff, I think I have a good classical style RPG Maker horror game sounding soundtrack. Because, you know, when you think about RPG Maker horror games, you usually think of like Eve, Witch's House, Mad Father. There's other stuff like Humaniki and Corpse Party and etc. Though not the PSP version was technically RPG Maker, though it was RPG Maker style. I'm talking about the original version, but anyways. Eve, Witch's House, and Mad Father all have very similarly sounding music. And that's not a coincidence, by the way. The reason why Eve, Mad Father, and Witch's House all have very similar sounding music is the same composers behind a number of the songs for all three projects. And it's not original music, it's royalty-free music, but you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. None of them were composers, so whatever. However, I think I found someone who can emulate the style somewhat well, while also adding in the weird spices that I personally enjoy.
Let me go fetch, and I can give some of the exemplifications before I go into a deeper story narrative explanation.
So which means I'm going to try and find the folder here. There's the folder. That wasn't me stalling looking for it. What are you talking about? Let's put this there, here. Okay. So, here before me on this day, I have a good amount of music I can show off. I'm wondering Should I play it by... debating. I guess I'll play the... Playing the title screen theme I plan to use first makes sense, right? You guys want to hear the title screen theme before I continue with anything else? I'm going to play it. Let me say this. Would you guys prefer to hear just the title screen, like, slice of the music? Or would you rather I play, like, the full 3-minute version? Which does change tones a lot. And I have spliced in such a way that it will play differently in different parts of the game. Would you rather hear the full version right now, and then I explain it? Or just the title screen version? Just to give a sample of what the sort of music style is. I'll play the title screen version first. If you guys want to hear the rest, then you can tell me as this plays, because I know answering and the fun of that fun stuff. Absolutely not. So that's the title screen version of it. Would you guys want to hear the full thing? You're like, I just want to hear the title screen now, the rest of the full theme is spoiled, so yeah. And yeah, Circus Fair aesthetic, that's part of the charm. I'm happy you guys like it. No, the Hollow Bliss music was... Hollow Bliss Prologue is going to be very interesting in how that slices into this. Alrighty. I have it on hand. Give me a second. So, here's the second slice. It continues directly from where the last one ended off, but it's for something a little bit later, so yeah. And then there's the third and final slice, but this is for something very late in the game, so I'll play that out too. Alright, so there's that single theme. There's actually a lot of music I have here. I've played this music before, so some of you guys will recognize this. This is not for the very beginning of the game, but this is for the title drop. This is a vocal song, and it is made specifically for a story within this game. I will go pull it out right now. And I'm going to warn you, there is a full version of this song, and it is available online. I would not listen to it at the moment because it has huge spoilers for this game in it. I'm just going to play the part that plays in the opening. But anyways, rolls as it goes, as it goes. I'll play the first part of this, though, and this is relevant. If you pay attention to the lyrics, it's got a lot to do with story. So here it comes.
There once was a girl who was made out of snow, and she would leave puddles wherever she would go. And when she was happy, she started to cry. And of course loved a boy who cheated and lied when he left her for nothing. She was hard as a stone. So these things go. And the drunkard priest watches stand at the end of the pier, heard her singing a song and then just disappeared.
To the wrong song at the very end there. But there's the beginning of that song. It came out fantastic in my opinion. I'm really happy with it. Anyways, it gets better, but the rest of it's spoilery. That part plays in the opening, and it's part of the whatever stuff. But yeah. Move this about. What should I show music-wise? And then talk a little bit what the actual game is about, because right now you guys just have the inklingest of inkling ideas. If I want to make a classic RPG Maker horror game, then I want to go all out. And music is one area that I think was important in these games, and capturing something with the music is good. I guess I can play one of these. Yeah, that will work. Check this, check this. How you guys holding up, by the way? I guess I do have this on hand. Gonna ignore that for a moment. Doing good. Happy to hear it. I'm gonna click some random songs for a second. You guys are gonna. Oh, okay. I'm gonna play this on stream for a second because this song is not original, but I really want to use it for a scene, and I do have the author's permission, but I need to check if it works with YouTube systems. I'm gonna play the slice of the music that appears in the game. So, here this is. Probably play the whole entire song at some point, but yeah. Oh. Can I tell you something really evilly devious I also decided to do since this is slightly Eve-inspired? I probably shouldn't out myself like this, but guess what? I found out that snow has been mentioned in both songs. I wonder if there's some sort of thematic core. What a mystery. But I was going to say with this is that I found out one of the bigger songs in Eve. No, it's not Arctic Case in design. It's this guy's, but I get what you're thinking with that. So, this next song you will recognize from Eve, but it's not an original song. It's a classical piece of music, so... That's okay. It's not the same rendition that plays in the game, and it's not from Eve. It's actually a very obscure old piece of classical music. But yeah. Rolls as it goes, as it goes. I guess for exemplification. Did I put something from this? I'm trying to remember where I put something. Or I guess the more appropriate way to say was I named something. I could just play anything. But there's something in particular I'm looking for. Hey there again, Nepty. In and out as it goes. We're talking in music game for a second. I guess it is you that I'm looking for. So, there are two musical artists which I want to give some more exposure. I think they do fantastic work. I'm going to play a couple of songs from their stuff, and they'll see what you guys think. This is not original music, but I do have permission from both artists to use their music. And personally speaking, I think both of their styles are perfect for an RPG Maker horror game, but both of them are way more obscure than they should be. But you know what? That's good for me. It means I get to bring light to their work and also get a very good soundtrack for an RPG Maker classic style game. Here's a couple examples. A lot more coming in briefly. I'm just going to play some random ones, I've decided. So, let's go for that. And alright, NG, I'll take a look briefly. No rush here. Sure thing, Daichi. Music boxes are fun. Okay, now being me, I want to make this game a little bit more fucked up and a little darker and actually scarier than typical Archie Maker horror games are. Not fully, but going a little bit further than they usually go. If I'm going to be honest with you, most of the typical and popular, they're not that scary. And they don't need to be super scary. That's not part. I think they have to have charm more than they have. But I'll play a few more kind of songs like that. Then I'll show, of course, the other side of the coin if you guys know me. So yeah. I'll play a few more of the action and character themes. This is one of the character themes. I'll play this one. Character theme, but not the one I meant to play. That's for something else, actually. This one's what I meant to play. Okay, the most fucked up. I know the two answers off the top of my head easily. The two most fucked up game concepts, and I want both of these to exist, but I'm also a little bit afraid to put them on the market, I think some people will view me differently after they play the games. But the first one, probably the most fucked up, is a game that probably won't see the light of day for a very long time. It needs a lot. It has a lot that needs to be put into it, even though I really want it to become a reality, which is Decree of the Moonflower. The second one is the reimagining of Blank Slate, which was my first game I ever released. And for better or worse, I think my idea of how I want to reimagine it is super fucked up. Like, super fucked up. Do you want me to pitch? Okay, I know I should be talking about Hollow Bliss, but can I talk about Blank Slate for a second? Decree of the Moonflower and Blank Slate are my two most fucked up game ideas by like a long shot. Hopefully they... Let me say this. I don't want them to just be fucked up for the sake of being fucked up, but both... I want... a Moonflower is a type of... Okay. Moonflowers are these beautiful flowers, but there's two things about them. Firstly, they are psychedelic and super, super toxic to consume. Don't ever consume them. They can kill you. But it's a weird thing where they put you into like a weird psychedelic fuel trip, and then you either like die or almost die. It puts your heart under arrest and some other things. But they're actually really beautiful flowers, and they have this thing where basically the reason they're called moonflowers is that they only bloom at night. But they grow for a long period of time, and then they bloom for just a single night. Like, they literally just last for a few hours, and then they wither and die. But they're extremely beautiful. And they're a really weird flower all around, both because of... And I'm endlessly fascinated with them. They're psychedelic, they're toxic, and they literally live for only a few hours. And they're a weird flower that doesn't respond to sunlight, they respond to moonlight. And then they die. Anyways. To roll as it goes, as it goes. There's a lot of different types of moonflowers, but I agree. Which is why my idea involving them and another thing is kind of fucked up. I want to talk about Decree of the Moonflower. Let me say this. Actually, I won't show that fun. I'm going to talk about Blank Slate because Blank Slate's probably a lot closer than Decree of the Moonflower. Decree of the Moonflower, there's still aspects of it which will definitely be shifted around. Blank Slate, I've got a pretty thorough idea of what I want to do with it, so yeah. Okay. So, So, the briefest thing I can talk about Decree of the Moonflower, and trust me, this is not even close to the most fucked up thing about the game. This is literally just the start of the game. But to give you a little bit of premise of Decree of the Moonflower, let me first play a song from it, because I have it on hand. And I can fetch it. Actually, let me check. Okay, yeah, I'm going to have to take a second to fetch it. But give me a second to fetch it. Also, I can finally use this image. Thank you, Lay. I need to go to my Google Drive. I have a lot of stuff stored in my Google Drive. I haven't put it on my computer yet. Let me go to this. Not the backup. You. And I have you in the Decree of the Moonflower folder. There you are. Oh yeah, I had that concept art still. Okay. I think you did a great job. But what I was going to say... I guess I won't play the song. I was debating with myself back and forth. So, Decree of the Moonflower, the basic concept... And I'll keep this image on as I talk about this anyways. So, Decree of the Moonflower, the basic concept is that there is a castle, a palace really. It's called a castle, but it's more like a castle town. And it exists in nothingness. There is nothing here except for three things. The castle itself, the moon, and things that are within the castle walls, basically, which has life. So basically, in the void of nothingness, there is a palace town that's kind of layered like a wedding cake, where there's a top circle and then lower rings that go below it. They get larger and larger with each one. And as expectedly as you might be able to guess, each ring has a different tier of society going on. This is for Decree of the Moonflower. Outside of that, they all worship the moon. They have a religion about it. And I'm trying to give you guys the least spoilery version of what I can say about this, but I'll say the basic beginning stuff. So, this palace is run on a monarchy. And this monarchy has a queen who has several daughters. She has a harem of men, and with these harem of men, she's had multiple children. She's had the right number of children, so when she passes, each children will be assigned to rule over a different wing or a different reign of the castle. And she's very soon going to pass on. How queens pass on in this territory is there's something of a ritualistic event where they ascend to the moon. All right, and the daughters are soon going to be selected for what they've been raised for their whole lives to become the leaders of different quarters of the kingdom. One of them will become queen, and the rest of them will become basically overseers of different reigns of the kingdom. We play as the Princess of Dusk. And the Princess of Dusk is having a lot of different things going on in her life. I'm not going to talk about it because that starts getting the spoilers. But basically some shit goes down, which I won't talk about. And she majorly offends the queen to an absurdist amount. And she is banished from the kingdom, which is problematic for the kingdom in a few ways. Something like this has never happened before. And she's pushed not to the lowest layer of the kingdom, but the second lowest, under a decree that she must basically be treated as nothing more than an animal. She is forsaken as the daughter of the queen. Her mother has abandoned her. And she is to be treated as stock animals, which actually there is something to explain about this kingdom, is that this kingdom, there's only two things that live on it. There are humans, and there are moonflowers. And the moonflowers grow in really weird ways. However, though, the moonflowers are toxic, as I mentioned earlier, to people. So in a kingdom that exists with only moonflowers and humans, there is literally only one thing for them to eat, and that's other people. And so there's a tiered society of who is chosen to be consumed by the others, which means there's a stock. And I won't go further than that, but trust me when I say this, it's just the tip of the iceberg. Just the tip. Anyways. Hi. Trust me, I did not touch on why that game is so fucked up, but there's a basic premise. Princess of Dusk, who you play as, is descendant from the rest of the kingdom and disowned by her mother due to something that happens that angers the queen and makes her disown her. Blank Slate, I can talk more about. And okay, can I show you the song from Blank Slate completely out of context? I love playing for people out of context. It's for a scene that I hope will catch a lot of people off guard and go like, "What the fuck, Ryan?" Okay. Whenever I talk about Blank Slate, I love playing this song because there's no context. Or sorry, I'll play two songs out of context. The songs that don't represent the rest of the game but have various particular scenes with them is the way for me to word it. They're fun. It is a fun game all around. I guess it's you that I should go for. Well, for starters, okay, this is not the song I was going to play, but I really like this song. It's for something in the game, so. Yeah, I love this song. But I'm not going to play all that right now. That's not the song I was looking for. I just stumbled upon it when I was looking for this other thing. So... Where did I put it? It is somewhere around here. I know that for a fact.
Somewhere in here I shall find what it is I'm looking for.
Okay, I found it. Here's the song out of context. Ready for this? It's not there in the original game. That's just my avatar put there by Lay. Okay, so I'm gonna play another song. I'm just gonna click like 5 random songs from Blank Slate. I really don't know which ones I'm clicking. We'll just see what I get. 1. There's a conclusion to that song, but I won't play it for now. Alright, so that's song 1. I'm just randomly clicking. Song 2. Oh, this one. Actually, no, I know the song I want to play from this one, from the same. Where are you? Where are you? It's one of the songs that's like a defining, really important song for this game, and I was reminded of it immediately from this, so I'm just going to see if I can find it. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? It's around here somewhere, I know that. I'll find you. And when I do... Okay. Okay, I found it. I located it. The devil is vanquished. It has been found. I'll play a bit of the first part and a bit of the second part.
Though you always feel the pain, you always want love. Though you always feel the pain, you always want love.
Okay, now you guys can hear me, right? I accidentally unplugged my microphone for a second. I guess I had to replug. Like, it was plugged in, but I guess I need to like replug it in. I can see my audio. Okay, so Blank Slate. For starters, I'm not sure if I was planning to stream it. I'm debating. I might want to record my reaction, but I'm not sure. Maybe I don't want to stream it. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. For the bigger question for this, so Blank Slate. Okay, Decree the Moonflower and Blank Slate both are pretty fucked up. Decree the Moonflower takes some time. Blank Slate's kind of fucked up immediately, though it gets more fucked up over the course. Yeah, Blank Slate. Blank Slate was the first game I ever released, and I have a reimagined idea for it, so... You guys want the basic concept of it? Again, I'm not going to go into spoilers, and I'm not going to skip out on the more fucked up stuff, but yeah. Hey there, Isabella. I haven't decided yet there, Em. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Okay, so Blank Slate. We play as... So, for starters, you guys... I'm going to spoil the original Ludum Dare version of Blank Slate. It's actually going to be an... I want to immortalize the original version before I make the reimagining. So here's a spoiler for Found Horror Game 11.x. One of the games for Found Horror Game 11.x will be an extended and much polished version of the original Blank Slate. It'll be over twice as long as the original and have a lot more to go with it. But the reimagining will be very, very different. I just wanted to make sure I still had the original version like playable somewhere in the future, and Found Horror Game 11.x just made sense. But it also has the extended version of the original Cutie Patootie in it, so, you know. But anyways, for Blank Slate, it stars a boy. And the boy has been kept in isolation. He is being auctioned off to be sold to people who are looking for people for various reasons. This is part of a black market trade thing, and I'm wondering if I should give you guys a spoiler to make you more interested, but I'm not going to, so I'm going to skip over this. Just know it has connection. I'll say it like this, though this is kind of a spoiler to say this. This whole plot is very heavily connected to the AI universe. That's how I'm going to word it. Anyways, the boy is let out of his isolation deprivation chamber, and he meets a girl. The girl, I won't get into her identity at the moment, but she's kind of bratty, super, super bratty, and they get into a really kind of fucked up master-dog situation, and she views him as less than human. And things get even more fucked up as they're inside of a weird facility known as the White Zone, and the White Zone has been doing all sorts of fun human experimentation. Yeah. Da. To roll as it goes, I won't get into it. Oh, also, there's a lot more to the story. What's the least spoilery? Okay, this one is not a big spoiler because you kind of know about it right away. This is there's a lot more going on than what I just explained the game as. But one spoiler is that our main character has a voice in his head who talks to him, and it's kind of... I won't explain the character of the person, but it's not the host, for asking. It's not... It might not even be real. But going with all this is just a voice that talks to him and tells him to do things. Da. But, hey, you know. Well, things. There's a lot more to this story. I don't want to get too much into it because I start getting things that I think should be a surprise for now. Trust me, I'm not even, like, to the most... I have not... Yeah, that's... If I share... There's stuff I want to say, but they're just better in another context than me explaining it right now when the game is still far off. So, yeah. I hope you have a good day there, Nepti. I guess for talking about the fucked up aspects of Blank Slate, there are 4 things I can say which are relevant here. Can I say 4 things that make Blank Slate a little bit more fucked up than my normal games that aren't exactly spoilers? There are even more fucked up things if I get into the spoiler side, so this is stuff that I think will make people uncomfortable, and they're supposed to, kinda. Blank Slate deals a lot with the idea of flesh. I'll try not to get into this too much, but alright. So, fucked up aspect 1, which I can talk about. I decided for this particular project, the game stars the boy, and I thought for reasons, for various things in the game, it'd be best if he is naked through most of the game, and that is detailed, and there's exploration of his sexuality. So, there's that before I go on to further with all this, and it will be detailed, and that will be fun. The next thing, which I can talk about to go for, we've also, a lot of my games have naked girls, and there's a little bit of a balancing act here, but the next thing, which I can talk about, is that this game has some of the most, out of the games I've released so far, intense interpretations of harm to the body, is what I will say. And that does include harm from other things and self-harm. So harm is a big theme of the game and has a very big presence. The next thing which I can talk about, which goes off with this, is there is a huge focus on, I guess you can call it, love and hate. Love and hate are huge themes of the game, and that includes people like the complicated relationship that divides you from loving and hating someone, how love and hate are intertwined, and dealing also with the idea of how hate manifests itself. And then finally, the 4th thing I can say that doesn't really fully get into spoilers is that the game has a lot to do, with a, and this one might be, actually I won't say that one. That one would be like, that one might be saying too much. Is there something I can say in its place? I guess I can talk about the first monster, because I've had her concept for a while. You guys ready for a fun monster concept? And I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't think a monster like this has ever existed. If it has, it probably has, and I just don't know about it. This is just the first monster. There's a few. And the monsters are very weird in this game. So, the first monster... Oh, I need to mention this. So this is kind of a spoiler, but this is not a big spoiler. You figure this out really early in the game. This is like the first 30 minutes of the game figuring out. It's not... Okay, so I'll say this. The monsters in this game are part of the human experimentation stuff, and not just them. There's other things going on and other things, but what I can say to that front is that the monsters in the game cannot die. Like, no matter what happens to them, death eludes them. They literally are living. Even if some of them are happy with that, not all of them are happy with that. And the first monster is what I call the Stream Girl. And it's this girl that's been split up into a lot of different segments. She's been chopped up into pieces, and the pieces kind of slide around on streams. I'm not going to go further into explaining it, but yeah. But hey, it is what it is. And what do you think, Colin? It is what it is. Yeah, it's all good, NG. Maybe so. Maybe not. But anyways, I would say Blanks. And trust me when I say this, I haven't touched on the most fucked up aspects, but I think Blank Slate and Decree of the Moonflower are up there as what will end up to being my most fucked up games at the moment. So yeah, they go a little bit more extreme than the other games. I'm a little bit afraid of both how people will receive them, and I don't want the wrong people that should not be playing those games play them. There is some shit in there, so is what it is. I do want both games to exist, though. Blank Slate will be a lot easier to do than Decree of the Moonflower. Decree of the Moonflower, I will admit, is overtly ambitious for where I currently am at. I 100% need a team to make that one come to realization. Blank Slate, technically, Rinks and I could do it right now if we wanted to focus on it. The problem is, I need to focus on money right now, and I am not convinced Blank Slate's going to be my top-selling game. I think it'll be. Let me say this. I think it'll be a good game. I personally think it'll end up being. It'll be some people's favorite game of mine. I think some people have a taste for the fucked up and some of the things the game is tackling, and I legitimately think it has a good story. And I think aspects of it give a really weird atmosphere, that some people really like. But it's definitely not a universally appealing game, and it's a game that I would not push for a lot of reasons. And yeah. Maybe so. I'm not working on it right now actively, so I don't have a team. Oh, you mean for Decree of the Moonflower? Yeah. I was thinking about Blank Slate for a second because I was talking about it. It is what it is. I mean, I appreciate voice actress opportunities. Just send me an email at aestheticgamer@gmail.com and say, hey, this is me. And then I'll just put the email into my starred folder whenever I'm looking for voice actor stuff. There's like a couple of people that also were like, hey, I'd love to voice for your games, and so I put them in the starred folder if I need to contact them in the future. Is what it is. Yandere or Blossoming Yandere and Hollow Bliss are the games I'm planning to focus on next. My there am. So, part of the reason for this, let me say it like this: those two games have Steam pages, and people have been waiting on them for a while. Hollow Bliss is maybe the game that has a store page for the longest that still isn't out. And I also have I feel like now I want to practice Hollow Bliss, but it's a classical RPG Maker type game. I've been wanting to make one of those for a while now. And second of all, I have a really good idea. I haven't explained Hollow Bliss's story to you guys yet. But to go a little bit with that. Should I explain Hollow Bliss's initial concept? I probably should. I should explain it. I was going to earlier. You guys heard music from it, and I talked about Decree of the Moonflower and Blank Slate, but not the one I'm actually actively planning to work on. I might sit on it, but at the moment I'm thinking I'll see how it goes. But I was going to say Hollow Bliss. I want it to be an episodic game. I plan to release the game into 5 episodes. The first episode will be free to give people a taste, and the other 4 episodes will come as some pack thing or whatever to give people a chance. It plays similarly to Eve, and I'm going to say this right now. The Eve inspiration I am not hiding. One of the things I debated with myself for a long time about, but I ultimately decided to go with. So one of Eve's things is that it has very simple floor and wall tiles, where they're just like a singular color. I think you kind of know what I'm talking about. Eve has like colored areas. I decided to go with that for Hollow Bliss, so there's sort of a color theme going on with each location. Not like everything in the area is that color, but I think you know what I'm talking about. However, though, one thing which I am definitely different from Eve is that each colored area has a different location within it. I guess I can give some examples. There's a playpen, and a cave, and a forest, and an aquarium. But whatever the case, The game has a small cast of characters, but each character has a lot of depth to them. I guess I can, yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll talk about it. Our main character's name is. Let me not say that, actually. I just realized you'll figure that you don't get the main character's first name in the first episode, you get in the second episode. So maybe I should wait and not say what the main character's name is. The game is planned to be an episodic game. I want it. Some people might not be happy about that, but I love the episodic structure, and I think this game will work very well with the episodic structure. And I want to practice the episodic structure before I work on Complete Isolation, which I think this is. I currently have 4 main episodic game ideas. One of them is Complete Isolation. One of them is Hollow Bliss. I also have a Corpse Party inspired project idea that uses an episodic structure. And I have Close Your Eyes 2. I'm debating if it should be an episodic structure. So those are the 4 projects, if you're curious. Out of those 4, Hollow Bliss is the least ambitious. And the one which I think I should do first anyways. And also, when I held the vote for what people wanted for a classical RPG Maker game, they voted Ebe. And Hollow Bliss is the one that's taken some Ebe inspiration, so yeah. Is what it is, what it is. Alright. The game stars a girl. The girl is with another girl, and they are running away from a festival to go into the forest and take a look at the beach. However, they have a conversation on the way there, and the other girl is running ahead of the girl we play as. And as she catches up and gets to basically appear, she sees that the other girl has fallen into the water, or disappeared, and so she jumps in after her. But when she comes out of the water, she is no longer at the pier that she was at. She is now in some weird, strange, it's a, I won't say what it is. You're not supposed to know immediately either. It's a very strange place, okay? She jumps into the ocean, and then she comes out of a very strange place. Also, when the song that you guys heard earlier, the vocal song, the whoa type song, that one plays in between the transition of her jumping into the sea and her awakening here. So yeah. How do I explain the story more without spoiling the first episode? The first episode is supposed to secure the story a little bit more. It starts off with the characters' relation between the two of them, and then transitions into a mystery, with some of the mystery solved, but way more proposed within the first episode, going to the second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. I think the second episode is the first episode. I want to catch people's attention, but also it's it's the setup episode. So yeah, the second episode is where I think the story really starts taking a firmer grip of intrigue. But obviously, I don't want to spoil it. There's a plot which I'm very excited for, though. I think it'll have a very good story. And my. The Hollow Bliss idea will be interesting, and I hope people like it. It is one of my efforts to try and make a game to appeal more to the typical RPG Maker crowd. Because I haven't actually tried that, surprisingly enough. I've done a lot of games at this point, and I still have a lot more which I need to do, but yeah. But at the moment, I'm focused on Kokoro. I hope I can fix the RPG Maker glitch so I can actually mess around more with Blossoming Yonder and the other projects, though, and get Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remakes update done. That'd be nice. For what it's worth, I used to hate my voice, but I like it now. Is what it is, what it is. I think you're not the best judge of your voice. We don't actually hear our actual voice, and the voice... Oh, also, I got the thing that you sent finally, NJ. I finally checked my email. And I think those clothes look good. I'm probably going to need a variety for the closet, but I think you did a good job. Oh no. Discord's going to delete my ticket very soon. Okay. Okay, I need to respond to Discord. Sorry, I got distracted. Because there's a Discord thing about me closing my account. I guess I need to make a decision now. I guess I can play music. I mean, I was just playing music, so it makes sense. I'll play music from Hollow Bliss, because that's what we're talking about. I guess I also need to check the copyright on this song. Can I play the credit song for the first episode to you guys for a second? This one, I plan to put on... This one does have, I believe, a copyright match. It's not an issue for the game being commercial. It's just going to be an issue for Let's Players. I think I might put on an option when the player first starts the game if they want to turn off certain songs that might have monetization issues. But I also want to test against the YouTube system, so maybe that's changed since I last tested. So yeah. And ing. So anyways, here's the credit song for episode 1. I'll just let it play right now as I check this. My Isabella will be working more thoroughly tomorrow, so we're just kind of in social wind down mode. So yeah, I hope you get some good sleep, Isabella.
So many people I could have known. So many people we could have shared. But I just sit here unaware. Oh, when my born love could have been right there. How can I not be bothered by the thought of what could have been? It's like a night terror from within. Oh, and Jane Doe, and you're my sweet sin. So many thoughts under the night sun. So many times I got love, but those just seem to fade away. Oh, when my poor soul will just decay. How can I not be bothered by the thought of could have been? It's like a night terror from within. Oh, and Jane Doe, and you're my sweet sin.
Sorry to pause the song. Can you get me the... Let me remember how to do this. Discord server ID. How do you get your server ID? Not ideas. I don't need ideas for a server. Okay. How do you get your Discord server ID? I find your server ID on Discord. This is Discord I'm looking at right now, right? Alright. You will need the full server ID, not the name to continue. Please follow these steps to find your server ID. In Discord, open the user settings by clicking saying cog next to the username on the bottom. Go to Appearance and enable developer mode in the advanced section and close user. Open the Discord server, right click on the server name, and then select copy ID. Okay, since I can't access the iGameWorks server right now, I'm going to need you to try this, okay? Sorry to give you some instructions. I need the server ID to email to this Discord person and prove that I've got the server ID. So, I need you in Discord to open your user settings by clicking the settings config next to your username on the bottom. You know where that is, like the user settings thing. This is a temporary thing. You should reverse it once we're done because I'm going to put you into developer mode. So you need to go to Appearance and then enable developer mode under the Advanced section and close user settings. So got that so far? You need to go to your user settings, then go to Appearance and enable developer mode under the Advanced section. So go to the Advanced section and enable developer mode. You can turn it off afterwards. I can't look at Discord right now, so I don't know like if those are good instructions. I'm just following what this says. Okay. Now, you're going to have to tweet this to me. You should not post this publicly. Well, actually, maybe it would be fine to post it publicly if you can get it. But it'd be better to tweet it to me, I think. So now open the Discord server, the iGameworks Discord server, right-click on the server name, and then select Copy ID. Can you do that? I think anyone can do it, but... Oh my. But you see the option to copy ID? Yeah, send the ID to me. Since I can't access the server right now, I have to ask. Server name. Yay Gameworks Official. The thing is called Yay Gameworks Official. I'm 100% sure on most of that, but I want to double check to make sure I don't fuck this up. That's what I thought. Apparently, I just have to make sure the information is all correct. Server ID. M. Can I do something with you right now? But you're going to have to do something for me back later, okay? In fact, let me say this. So don't transfer, but wait, I guess I need to. I'm going to make you owner of the server for a little bit. You can take over for a bit, but please be responsible with it. And please transfer ownership. You're going to have to go through a process to transfer ownership back to me once I have my new account. Okay? Okay, M. I also need you to do something else for me. Are you still in developer mode? You're still in developer mode. Can you right-click my username and then copy my user ID and tweet it to me? And also, my Discord thing is Aesthetic Gamer number 5016, the old account, right? Okay, I guess that is... And I also need you to give me your, not your appearance name, but your, like, you know, official Discord name and your Discord ID. Alright? active user ID. Okay. I believe so. So I'll make sure I get everything right. New owner user tag. New owner ID. Yep. Well, I didn't even know about the backup codes. You guys should also back up you guys write down your user backup codes. So yeah. Okay. So I have 2 requests. Firstly, delete the account associated with this email. What's the email address? That's that. More like, how many days have I been inactive on Discord? It was this day they lost access, so it's 1, 2, 7, 14. More like 16 to 17 days. But as the account is going to be deleted, anyway, deleted, I would like to transfer ownership of the server for the time being. But can they transfer the server back to me after I have my new account in 15 days? I would like to use the same email, but I need to wait for this. However, the info is it is not an account. Not my account. Da 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 da. Alright, the process continues. I send an email. Hopefully they get back to me sooner than later. Sorry about that. It was just, that was what was happening, and I needed to respond to it. Thank you for the help, though, Okay. That should be fine. There we go with that. Alright. Sorry for the distractions. It's just Discord's like, oh, you need to respond to this, or else we're gonna close the ticket. Wait, what did they just send to me? Ah, why does everything have to be so complicated? Wow, 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 wow. Alright. That is taken care of. Hopefully, maybe, as this account deletion ensues. Alright. Now, what should I do? I guess there is work to be done on that front. Debating with things on nearly every front. Ew. I'm debating with myself here. I guess we could just socialize for a little bit, or we could just wrap it up and I do a little bit of work before I go to bed, and that'll be that. Okay. Yeah, you know, I think I might just end it off here. I could explain some things, but ultimately I think I should get some work done and get some sleep, and then we'll resume work tomorrow. And then I'm going to warn you guys, on the 11th, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow 100%. Unless I, like, wake up with a really bad headache or something again. But I don't think that's likely, hopefully. But I'll probably be fine. I'm usually fine. However, on the 11th, I will definitely not be streaming game development, at least. I may or may not stream the PlayStation event, which is at 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern time on the 11th, this Thursday. In VTS time, that's at 9 p.m. That is when the PS5 reveal event happens. I'm not excited for the PS5. I'm not really excited for next gen, but some of the games that will probably be there are things I am very excited about. So I'm there for the games. I'm not there for the new console stuff. Still. Yeah. Is what it is. And so I already know that that whole day is going to be completely composed to me being excited for video games. So I'm not going to get any work done. I know myself too well. I know I'm going to be discussing with people all day about it. Oh. Sure. I mean, I can also show it to everybody else if you just email it to aestheticgamer@gmail.com, which is my public email address. And her name is Sophie, correctamundo. Should I hold on to my horses if it's going to be sent earlier? Or I can show it tomorrow if you don't mind that, but yeah. You can also share it publicly, like, I don't mind. Things to roll and go. I guess that's fine. Okay. I'm in a weird mood because part of me still feels like working. I'm getting to that point where I need to take a little bit of a break to work on something else. So what I think I'm going to do is for tomorrow, because I know I'm going to take a break on the 11th to not work on anything. Tonight, I'm going to try and work on something else a little bit because I already got my daily goals done today of the project. So, yeah. So I'll just try working on something else so that tomorrow I'll be back in the groove to be like, yeah, back to work on this. Whenever I get into this sort of little, like, slump, I just need to work on something else for a little bit because I still feel like working, so. Oh, don't worry, Danchi. I mean, if you don't want me to, I won't. I just assumed that you wanted me to, and sorry for assuming that. To roll as we go, as I close some tabs around. Anyways, for now, I shall end the stream. If you don't mind me showing it there tomorrow, there I shall there, Danchi. For now, I will probably work a little bit and then get some sleep. And that's it. For now, good night, everybody. I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep until or day. For some people, it's just the morning. Maybe not in the stream specifically. I don't know what region everybody here is from, but you know, there are people that like in Japan time. In Japan time, it's the day at the moment. In fact, it would be like 2 p.m. right now, I think.
A good day.
And to all, talk soon, and adieu. Oh, it's only 10 p.m. here too, if you mean p.m. If you mean 10 a.m., then no, we're on like literally opposite sides of the planet. That's okay. UK time fun there. Good night.